Okay, are we good? I think we're good. We are. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? I hope you guys are well. Welcome. It is Thursday. We are in Pantheon for now. We're doing some harvesting. Trying to work on the quest to unlock the backpack quest. I have to go around and find maple logs and jute fibers. So that's what we're working on. How are you guys doing? Hope you guys are well. I mean, this guy's looting, and we're harvesting. I'll take it. They're pulling. We're going to harvest this tree. This is the quest we're working on right here. A Merchant's Needs Part 2. We need 20 maple logs and 20 fibers. We just turned in the first part. And I believe Part 3 are for the gems. I think. For the bag. I'd like to actually complete it since we have... I think we have all the gems that we need. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Why does that character look lagged out? That was weird. That character was lagged out. Apple tree, we don't want. Maple? Now we still have to go find the jute. What does that put us at? 19. Come on, jute, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Oops, I just exhausted. Man, where is the jute? Alright, there's our last maple. I think that's where the... isn't... No, this isn't the bear area, right? That's not cotton over there. That's Lilyfoot. That's a named... or NPC, I mean. What is that? I don't think I've ever seen that. Oh, yeah, is this with a cold stair? Oh, is this the rogue area? Oh, this is the rogue area. Okay, I didn't know where that was. That's good to know. Discovered faction, the Assassin's Enclave. Oh, we're right outside town. I never think to exit in this direction. I always come here as far as the woodworker's place. Now, I guess we could check the bank and see if we have jute fibers in the bank. I don't think we do, but we'll check anyways. Of course, we missed you, but I hope you enjoyed your day off. Been a long time. What's going on, man? How you doing? Dude, I was dealing with internet issues yesterday. My applications would connect and stay connected to the internet, but anytime I loaded a game, I'd lose connection. I did everything I could last night to try and get things organized, and then I think I finally got everything fixed. But I think it was like 11 o'clock. Oh, there's 8. Okay, so we need 8 more. And it was too late for me to stream, so I was like, you know what? Frig it, whatever. Night off. How are you, man? What's going on? You in Throne and Liberty tonight? I'm debating on getting Stalker 2 and giving it a go since it's on Game Pass. I don't know how it's going to play on my system, though. Apparently people are having are filing complaints about the performance. And those that have the proverbial 10K PCs apparently are playing it fine. I'd like to be able to play it. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do, you know, December 1st. Once the servers come down for this game, that's 2 weeks, man. That's 2 weeks we're gonna be without the game. I gotta find something to play for 2 weeks. What do I do? Okay. I mean, do we start a World of Warcraft character? No. We'll probably look at Stalker 2, I think. If I don't find time to look at it now. Oh, I know what I could do. Maybe I'll record the next week and a half of this, and then just put this on loop every every evening for the 2 weeks that the game is down. I'll just run a 4 or 5 hour loop of repeat content, so people can get their Pantheon fix while the servers are down. I don't want more. You know what? We may as well grab the maple since it's here. We can take the extra and convert it into lumber. Because I think we still have the 60 lumber quest. And 16 of 155. We need to find jute. Where does all the jute spawn, man? I mean, I guess I could run back to town and go to the noob area. I mean, keep in mind, my necros are around this level now too, so if you need to, you know, bring somebody in and swap me out, I can play the necro also. 19. Yeah, I mean, I think the fort would be viable now. Where? Man, oh man, oh man. Okay, we're going back to town. We're going back to town. We're going to go to the noob area. We know there's jute there. At least. Might not be a whole lot, but we know it's there. We're gonna go get it. I'm guessing it's gonna get worse over the next week because the servers will be closer to coming down and people won't be able to complete stuff or aim towards what they. It blows. The last week and a half, I've grouped with individuals who just tend to loot everything and not give anybody else a chance to loot. Not that I want it, but other people in the group, because as you could be well aware, that can negatively impact the group and cause groups to break up and so on and so forth. And I think to myself, I don't know why these people are going out of their way to loot this shit, because it's going to be gone in 2 weeks. You won't use it. Like, we were in Halnir's Cave the last 2 nights, and people were looting the Tassium ore, and I'm thinking to myself, you're not going to use that in the next week and a half. That's not going to be a thing. We'll grab this maple tree. We gotta be careful too, because we're getting up to our weight allowance. Dude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Hey, look, man, don't strain yourself. Oh, no dagger. How rude. Oh, these are the bandits. Is there any Jude up here? Wait a minute, was somebody here? There's no bandits here. Somebody must have been here. Alright, no resource there either. Gadai there, Blackberry there. Just ran through that guy, he shouldn't aggro. Or she, sorry. 2024. Actually, you know what? I want that ore first. Another maple tree up there. Hey, sir, what's happening? If you want some jute, I can give you some. Come to the... dude, you don't have to do that, man. I'm heading back to town anyways in a second. We're almost at weight capacity, and I gotta bank some of this wood. 136. Yeah, we should head back. It's all good? Alright, man. I'll make my way back. Do not sweat it. Double check, make sure no ore nodes spawned around us. Nope. Dude, being where I am, I get off work and I go outside and it's like it's 10 p.m. or midnight and I have to deal with a whole lot of traffic and people who really don't know how to drive at nighttime. I get it, man. Some days I wish I lived in Alaska or wherever it is where they have sun 90% of the time. Yeah, and with America, I mean, you know, you guys, America has like 10 times the population of up here, right? So I can only imagine the nightmares you guys have. Like when they talk about in New York and Los Angeles where you're in traffic to go 3 streets and it takes you 5 hours to get there. Like that's just, dude. I'm a very patient person, but I don't even think I would do that. I would have to sell my house and buy a flying car. Am I on Broken Maw? Yes, I'm on Broken Maw currently. One more maple tree and then we'll head back and that should fill us. Yeah. Want to trade 10 block rating necklace, 9 parry earring, poison resist, looking for copper ore, will take any amount in trade. What do we have? We need necklace, 9 parry earrings. I guess we could take the earrings. Don't sweat it. Chill. Necklace we don't want to swap out. The +2 stamina is too good. Broken Maw is adjacent to Krushnek. Hey, look at that. I didn't make that connection. Ain't you something, Vec? Broken Maw. That's true. Maw. Maw. Another term for mouth. Broken Maw. Krushnek. A Krushnek will give you a broken maw. It's fate. Oh, if I harvest that, we'll be encumbered. I didn't even think about that Vec until just now. A Krushnek will give you a broken maw. Luminescence, go after the bat. Luminescence, go after the bat. Luminescence. Oh, luminescence. Do you have at least 6 jute, Acer? Right. You have a lot going to give me... Oh, you don't need to give me 30, man. I just need 20 for the quest, and I think I have 14 already. I mean, most are probably just waiting. Like, most might not even be back when EA comes up. They might just want to see what's in EA and make a decision as to whether or not they want to take part. Because you got to remember, you know, EA, they're probably still a year out, depending on how long it takes them to flush out whatever they have for EA. I mean, my understanding is, aren't we supposed to be getting all 6 zones? There is that. It's going away soon. That is true. Everything's going away soon, like next week. Or the week after. When is it? The Tuesday after next, right? What's today? Today's the 20th? 21st. Oh, so it's next weekend. Oh god, messes on the server? Oh no. If that's the same mess from EQ. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, maple logs. So 28, we only need 20, so I don't need 8 of them. Come on now. So there's our 20 maple. There's our 14 jute. Crow, feather. I'm holding on to all this stuff like it's gonna be everything. Only to realize I'm gonna lose all of this in a week's time. Right. Well, that's 30. Wait. I already had a stack of 30 in there? What am I doing? Oh, right. We harvested extra. My bad. My bad. Blackberries. Where are you? You are... No, you're right there. So we have the gems. That's to be turned in. That we don't care for. That's garbage. Got our weapons. Got our food. Yes, Thanksgiving being next Thursday. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Let's go turn that in now. And this should open up Merchant Needs Part 3. I forgot, yeah, Thanksgiving's next Thursday, right. I gotta remember that. Maybe we'll take next Thursday off. I don't think anybody will be around next Thursday. I think most of my audience is American. Y'all will be stuffing your faces and watching football. I'm not watching football because my boys aren't doing so good this year. Right. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. They're just gonna automatically take it anyways. Okay, there's part 3. Now part 3, is this where he needs the gems? Difficult to find, 5 different types. Okay, that's for the bag. Accept and... oh no, we're missing one. What does he need that we don't have? Oh, we have other completions too. Shoot, I should turn the... oh, we have a few completions. What am I looking for? The merchant at the crossroads. Crossroads. What are we missing? Spinel. Spinel. I thought we had that. I guess we don't. So there's 7 available gems to get. Oh, we have zircon instead. Anybody in game happen to have 1 Spinel stone? Oh, we might get it off of this one. Cross your fingers. Sure. I can tell you, I have played everything. I have raided and everything. I have no enemies. Everybody loves me. That's about it. It seems sus, but you know, you jump in my stream and ask my viewers, and my viewers will tell you different. Some of them have been following me for a decade. My number one MMORPG of all time? I don't have one pure one because I've played everything. I have qualifiers. So if someone said, what's your all-time favorite MMORPG to raid in, specifically to raid in? EverQuest 2, hands down, blows everybody else out of the water. I've played it all. WoW, Final Fantasy, don't feed me none of your nonsense. There has never been a more technical rating system than the SOE crew on EverQuest 2, and I will take that to my grave, period. Then someone could say, what is the most challenging MMORPG you've ever played? WildStar, hands down. To this date, WildStar will still be the most difficult MMORPG I've seen the human populace play, and the game just beat the ever-living tar out of everybody because it was not friendly at all. Someone said, what's your favorite PvP MMORPG? That's a little tricky because I go between Dark Age of Camelot and Aeon. A-I-O-N. The PvP in Aeon, so I don't, did I ever tell you, or have you heard my history with Aeon? And how I was in a Korean clan, Korean guild? Okay, so that was some of the funnest times in my life for PvP. And then someone could say, well, where did you meet the funnest people? EverQuest 2. My guild in EverQuest 2 was hilarious. If I had a wish for me streaming, it was that I wish I could put my EQ2 guild on stream, because we were some wildly funny, entertaining. Nobody had to stick up their ass anywhere. It was just a fantastic time, and we murdered everything. Like, there were 30 of us that would beat our head against the same mob for 3 or 4 months until we killed it, and then once we killed it, dude, cold sweats, white knuckles, excitement, sides hurting, jokes told. You have never experienced House of the Rising Phoenix. Nobody on the internet, except for House of the Rising Phoenix, has endured House of the Rising Phoenix. And that's all I can tell you, because it was the greatest group of slap-ass people who just wanted to enjoy a game and played focused. That's what I can tell you. So I do have qualifiers. The game that I'm the most addicted to, EverQuest, period. I tell you this because I played the game in 1998 when it launched. I played it for a decade. I was one of the worldwide recognized clerics. I went back to friggin' EQ after quitting it for a decade, about 10 years ago, 9 years ago, and I streamed it as one of the most unpopular games in the history of the internet over the last 20 years. And I played on 6 different servers to do the exact same content on all 6 servers over again with the exact same guild. Now, you're not understanding me. I went 0 to 50, then 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 skipped, then for some reason got drawn back in and went 0 to 50. You haven't met somebody like me, period. Thank you for that one, Shy One. Hey, look at this. Hey, sit tight. If I get a spinal ore here, they weren't. A lot of people had just gotten out of like the voodoo stage of graphics before EQ2. Well, that was EQ's 2. So EQ2's 2 downfalls from launch. 1 was the performance, because a lot of people couldn't run the game on launch. 2, the game was barren. There wasn't a lot to do. It was unfortunate, and it took them like 2 years before they threw more than enough content in there. They needed the first expansion to come out, and roughly around that time, they had jammed a whole bunch of content into the game, but just like with Vanguard, the game unfortunately was not what everybody had thought they were getting, so they stopped playing. And unfortunately, EQ2 never recovered because they never had the budget to market like World of Warcraft, and World of Warcraft just steamrolled over the planet. Let's go to the crossroads. I did the same in EQ2. Every progression server they launched, I played on except for the weird pay-to-win loot one. Yeah. Well, came out 6 days later and took most people. Yeah, that's exactly it, Beck. They had all the marketing and the advertising. They were everywhere. You had TV commercials, which was unheard of. You had radio ads. Blizzard just destroyed the market with World of War, or just plastered World of Warcraft. You had Mr. T, you had Mila Kunis, you had musicians at the what was the music? Well, I'm sure you could go on YouTube and probably look up original World of Warcraft commercials and see all the different people. And SOE unfortunately had nothing. Did I go too far? I went too far. Crossroads is back this way. In my opinion, EQ2 was phenomenal up until Daybreak. Once Daybreak took over, once EQ transitioned over to Daybreak from SOE, that's when they started changing EQ2 to be more like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy, because they had to find a way to get people to give the game a try and stay in the game because of how challenging EQ2 can be, especially at the end game. And that's what I didn't like. During COVID, I went back towards the beginning of COVID, I believe it was. We went back and revisited EQ2, and I logged in my Swashbuckler, and I took him through 4 expansions. Now, I absolutely loved the story they were telling. It was so my. Oh, that's something else. If someone were to say, going back to what you were asking me about my favorite MMORPG or what have you, my favorite storyline would be EverQuest Classic to Planes of Power. There's no better story. You start as a nobody, you explore the world, find out what's going on, realize you can stop it, and you stop it. It was classic and 4 expansions, and it was one of the greatest stories that's ever been told, period. Never mind World of Warcraft and their Wrath of the Lich King. That was 1 expansion, 1 Ice King dude, whatever. EQ did it for 5 years. So it was phenomenal. So that's another thing. And I specifically say Wrath of the Lich King because the internet went stupid over Wrath of the Lich King and what's his name, Arthas. And then whenever any game came out afterwards, everybody was like, oh, it's not the Lich King. It's not the Lich King. Arthas is so cool. It's like, shut up. It was 1 expansion. It was a good expansion. Don't get me wrong. It was a great expansion. But it was an expansion. Okay, so we finally got the backpack for the first time. 12 slots. I'll take it. Right. Now, who knows? Now that WoW's got this War Within, whatever it's called, the War Saga, or whatever they're calling the trilogy, apparently now they're starting to come out with multi-expansion stories being told, so maybe that changes people's opinions, but it's not EQ. Dude, you rated EQ with 71 other people. Have you ever rated an EQ? Have you ever rated with 71 people in a non-PvP setting? It is the wildest, most nonsensical, tedious, difficult thing to corral 71 cats in a room full of rocking chairs to kill something. 71 people. The 2 biggest guilds in EQ right now that are playing on the progression servers have hundreds of guildies that they run 3 raid forces. So they have 3 different guilds that are tied to the same guild because you have to in order to complement the raid setup. So they have 200 players that play across 3 raid forces under the same banner, so to speak. It's crazy. Nobody has that. WoW doesn't have that. Final Fantasy doesn't have that. ESO doesn't have that. Guild Wars doesn't have that. Not to mention, EQ is 30 years old. They have a classic, and they have 29, soon to be 30 expansions. No game in the history of games will ever be as physically big in-game as EverQuest. Not a one. Now, I'm not saying they're all phenomenal, but there will never be a game as big as EQ. And EQ is going to keep going because the players are so dedicated that
Darkpaw, the new owners of the EQ franchise or what have you, they keep launching new servers. As long as they could launch new servers for the next 20 years, they're going to fill those servers for at least the first year or two each time they launch a new server. It always happens. They have a veritable cash cow, and that's going to help them fuel apparently the EQ3 that they're working on right now. So I'm all for it. But look at that. Wild storage. And now we got to clear out that 8th slot. Yeah, see, that's my problem though. I have a problem. I'm an addict. I'm like scratching my forearm right now, waiting for the needle. I need that next shot. This is the only thing that's keeping me from going back into EQ. I did play Ultima Online. I played all the Ultimas before that were single player. Yo, man, Richard Gary at Lord Britain for life. Tabula Rasa, that was his next iteration of an MMORPG, which was pretty good at the start. Unfortunately, it didn't last. That was him again. Well, truth be told, on paper, if we're talking gaming history, the most in depth, advanced game of its time that came out was actually Star Wars Galaxies. And the reason I say that, never mind the Star Wars phenomenon, not only did you have classes, not only did you have races, not only did you have experience, not only did you have skills, not only did you have quest NPCs, not only did you have towns and planets you could visit and systems you could go to, you could build cities from scratch. You could have wide open nothings, and a guild can come along, and all 20, 30, 40, 50 people can build an actual player run city. They can place every single piece of furniture. You want to put chairs on the ceiling, you want to put couches on the wall, you could do that. Like, there's been no more in-depth game than Star Wars Galaxies, period. Nobody's done a whole package in one. Like, Star Wars Galaxies was a one-of-a-kind deal. As much as I talk about EverQuest, Star Wars Galaxy, and EQ2 comes close because EQ2's housing was the closest thing to Star Wars Galaxies. The fact that you could craft every single piece of furniture, the fact that you could go do group dungeons and find furniture, the fact that you could do raids and find furniture in the raid zones. Furniture? Who thinks of that? EQ2 thought of that, and their inspiration came from a game like Star Wars Galaxies. So as much as I go on and gush about EverQuest over the years, I rarely talk about Star Wars Galaxies. But if anybody comes to me and says, "Oh, this WoW had everything," and then I'm like, "No, it didn't. It didn't. Nothing touched Star Wars Galaxies. EQ didn't touch Star Wars Galaxies. Star Wars Galaxies had the most things you could do under the roof of an MMORPG in the history of gaming up to today." But unfortunately, a few years into its lifespan, they came out with something called the New Combat Experience, or the NCE, and all of a sudden, the 5 people out of 1,000 that were actually Jedi got sour because now everybody could become a Jedi as long as they took 2 months to do the exact same pathway, and then people stopped playing. And that was the downfall of Star Wars Galaxies. I have a lot of history, man. I'm not even joking. When I tell you that I've played everything that's hit North America, I've played everything. There's not an MMORPG that's touched North America that I haven't played. There isn't. It doesn't exist. Now, getting back to something you said a few minutes ago, when we were talking about raid gear, EQ2, crafting, that sort of thing. My firm belief, from my experience of playing all these games that have been out, my firm belief is the way gear should go. If you're soloing or hanging out with a friend, you're not going to get good gear. If you're in a group, you're going to get okay gear to allow you to survive a raid. If you're struggling on difficult versions of a dungeon, or if you're trying to run something, say, 5 levels higher than you and you don't quite have the gear, I would want crafting to fill that gap. But nothing should replace or supersede or succeed raid gear. Raid gear should always be the pinnacle in an MMO. Now, the argument comes out where a lot of people say, well, I don't have time to raid and I still want to get the... I get it. Whine some more. It's not the right way of thinking. The best gear should come from the most effort. And the most effort is not you sitting in front of a forge on your own time for 3 weeks trying to master a trade skill. It's you working with 30 other people to kill 20 other targets, clear 4 other zones, at a chance to get the loot that is best in slot. So for me, it should always be solo, quest, group, crafting, raid. But that's just me. And unfortunately, the new generation being the WoW crowd, wouldn't see it that way. Everybody from WoW forward wouldn't see it that way. But that's how I see it. As far as progression goes, that's how it should be. That to me is the most rewarding. I don't want to have the option to raid if I know I can just spend 3 weeks and craft the exact gear I want and I have the best. Now, with that said, games like Horizons. Horizons was, I don't know if you've heard of Horizon. It unfortunately didn't last very long, but they were priority crafting. Everything was crafted. You could craft pretty much end game gear. I get games that are built off crafting being the best gear, but if that's the case, then raid gear shouldn't succeed crafting. Your emphasis should be crafting is the best, player skill is the best, interdependability, locking everybody to one trade skill so you have to make friends or you have to have 7 other tunes that each do a trade skill and it takes you a year to master that trade skill and all the stuff that it has to offer, fine, by all means, fill your boots. But nothing should succeed raid gear in an MMORPG. What are we doing? I don't know what I'm doing, man. I'm sitting here whining, complaining, harping about MMORPGs. What is wrong with me? Hey, Highway, I haven't seen you in a long time, man. What's going on? How have you been? Ultima 7 is one of your favorite RPGs. Was Ultima 7, was that the one where you had the moon cycles? No, that was 4. That was 4 when that came in. Which one was 7? Ultima, which one was the pagan game? Was that 8? I don't remember. Which one was pagan? Pagan was pretty good. Pagan was 8? Okay. Ah, so I'm guessing you're asking because you haven't heard my crafting story. Okay, so stream, sorry, we got to do it again. I did it like 3 days ago. I'll do it again. So, crafting. Back when EQ first came out, on my server, I was the highest, most qualified dwarven smith on the server. I had max gear, I had max crafting gear, I had all the bonuses, I had done everything. I had 3 guildies approach me one day and they said they wanted dwarven Brellium imbued armor, complete sets. I know you might not know this, that's okay. I don't need you to follow me there, just keep listening. So I spent 3 weeks going out, farming all the material I needed, doing all the sub-combines, because in EQ, the crafting was similar to Pantheon. You had to go out and get the material. You had to refine the material. You had to make the sub-combines. Then you had to take those pieces, get a mold or a pattern or what have you, and then do the final combine. Now, EQ has a high fail rate. Pantheon does not have a fail rate. EverQuest has a fail rate. I had everything maxed out to the point where you would think I should have... Let's be really generous and say that I should have a 75% success rate. Now, nobody ever knew what the success and fail rate was with EQ, but it was high. People would fail quite often when you're crafting. And the thing is, it's very punishing because it takes you a long time to get the material. Even if people are helping you, it takes a long time. And then when you fail the combine, believe me, it is not a good feeling. And if you've never been through it, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. So these 3 guildies wanted me to make these complete sets. Now, I believe there were 8 pieces in total. I'm not going to go over them, just whatever. So I spent the 3 weeks. I reached out to a couple friends, couple guildies, those 3 individuals themselves. They helped me farm all the material I needed. I had everything all organized in my banks, or in my storage. After the 3 weeks, the Saturday afternoon, I logged in and my plan was to make the combines. Now, we were expecting 1 or 2 fails. However, they would have been unlikely fails because I was highly successful in my combines leading up to that day. So I had everything, I had all the pieces I needed, I started crafting the final combines. I failed every single combine. That's 24 pieces of gear that I failed. I turned around and said, crafting is the biggest pile of shit I've ever experienced, and I will never do crafting again. Now, people will say, yeah, but you crafted in EQ2 and you crafted... Yes, I dabbled in a bit of crafting because I tried to do stuff like utility skills. So EQ2, for example, I crafted, but I did alchemy, or what was it called? Transmuting. I did transmuting in EQ2 because it was utility. I didn't do armor smith, I didn't do weaponsmith, I didn't do leatherworking, I didn't do cloth, I didn't do skills, I didn't do spells, none of that. All the other games that have existed, I did the crafting that I needed to do to advance quests, or to, if there was a game where a crafted item was needed as an upgrade, then I would do that for myself. But as far as crafting, to make money, to do that, to build a career, well, whatever, no, to hell with that. Crafting can burn to the ground. I don't care who you are. I've done all the crafting. I've done the crafting styles of EQ, EQ2, World of Warcraft, WildStar, Arcage, Terra, DAOC, Lineage 2, Rift, whatever, name it. I've dabbled in all of them. I've done them all. I despise crafting. I even despise the crafting in Pantheon. But the reason why I'm crafting in Pantheon is because I know that with Pantheon being in quote-unquote classic mode right now, you can help better flesh out your character by using some crafted gear. But you can't make yourself overpowered without putting a lot of time in the game. So will I be crafting dedicatedly, if that's even a word, come EA? Probably not. Will I be doing crafting to try and get like weapons or even try and get plate armor? Probably, most definitely, because I really want plate armor. But outside of that, I don't give 2 bowls of Cheerios about crafting. So that's my crafting. Dude, how I felt Saturday night when I logged out of EverQuest after failing 24 combines, I can't even tell you. I did not want to walk back to my computer Sunday. I didn't. I almost just stopped playing like right then and there because I can't, dude. I genuinely, it's funny because people say, yeah, but it's a video game, blah 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 blah. No, it was my time. It's like the Vanguard thing. Yeah, I don't know if you've heard my Vanguard story, but I've said it a half dozen times in the last 2.5 weeks. So it's just like my Vanguard experience. I put so much time behind it, and then it all blew up in my face at the end. And it just, man, like, yeah, anyways. I'm not a big fan of crafting, but I will do it. I kill stuff, put stuff on, kill stronger stuff, put stuff on, kill stronger stuff, put stuff on. Well, I'm going to tell you this. My time in Pantheon, I almost called this Vanguard. My time in Pantheon right now is with crafting. Outfitting and leatherworking on the Necro was lickety split. Holy cow, that's the way to go. You've got plenty of resources you can get a hold of. They're mining and whatnot. The ore, that I firmly believe that needs a bit of work. You're going to need friends. You're going to need people or some kind of economy to help you out with ore. You're not going to be able to level crafting on your own without putting way too much time behind it. And unfortunately, we live in a time where unless you're retired, you don't have time to put it behind. So, will there be one or two smiths ahead of everybody else? Probably. Will there be 100 smiths at the same point? Definitely not. So I do believe right now, anything involving ore, you're going to need help. But anything with outfitting or leatherworking as far as gear goes, you can do that pretty solo. I had no problem leveling that up with the Necromancer without even trying. Again, these are all my opinions, guys, you know. Those of you that have been here for a long time, you guys know all this. You guys know I've already gone over this 1,000 times. You guys know who I am and how I play. I make friends, I run dungeons, I kill stuff, I put on loot, we wipe, I don't get my panties in a twist. We try again, we kill it, we put on stuff, we go kill something else. That's what I do. Did you have a beard before? Never noticed that. I don't have a beard now. This is just like it. So I've spent my life clean shaven because I was in sales and customer service. Now, anybody with a beard that's been in sales or customer service, don't take offense to this. I struggled growing face. I had a baby face for a long time. I couldn't grow facial hair. I could grow here, but I couldn't grow here, and I couldn't grow here. I definitely couldn't grow. Sorry, just bear with me one moment. I'm just explaining something to the stream, and then I'll jump right back to you. So, and anyways, the past year or so, like since the end of COVID roughly, I tried seeing what I would look like with facial hair. So sometimes I get lazy and I let it go, and you can tell, you can see it. You can see the whole, but it's not something I typically do. However, I've gotten in the habit to try and influence hair growth. I've gotten in the habit of when I shave, I don't shave with the blade like I normally do. I use a guard, and that way at least I leave some of it to keep forcing the rest of it to grow through to see what we can do. Now I thought about going with a beard or what have you for this winter, just to try it out. But I'm finding that it's a real pain in the ass because I don't like the mustache. I don't like having to keep snipping to keep the hair out of my mouth because I talk a lot. It's just annoying when the hair, I don't know, I mean when the hair pricks you, it's annoying. It's annoying. So here we go. So periodically you'll see me with this. More often than not, you'll see me clean shaven. It's just what I've done. That comes from the days of, well, I had a short modeling stint when I was younger. And I learned that I have a defined face. And I lost that definition when I put on a bunch of weight. My face ended up getting puffier, a little rounder. I ended up with a bit of a double chin. And then at the beginning of COVID, I made a decision. It's a long story. We're not going to go into it. Maybe some other time, but I made a decision to put myself in a better situation, and when I did, I got that definition back. So I got my angle, you know. It's just, yeah, I'm just fussy, lazy, whatever you want to think about it. Sometime I'll have it, sometime I won't. You're not the first to bring it up. So many people are used to seeing me over the years be clean shaven, and then all of a sudden they see me with facial hair, and they're like, "What are you doing? Growing a beard?" Everybody digs it. Everybody that said something digs it, but I can't bring myself to start training it and you know, helping it grow. I just as soon take 2 minutes and shave it down and not have to worry about it. If I didn't talk so much, it wouldn't be an issue. The same reason I shave my head. I've shaved my head for, man, since I was a teenager. When I was doing the modeling, that was the one stage outside of Halloween. That was the one stage in my life where I got to wear, or I shouldn't say got to. I had to wear makeup. So, you know, a lot of women can turn around and throw it in your face and say, you don't know the first thing about wearing makeup or what it's like. I do, because I did it. And I won't do it again. Let's just say that. I won't do it again. I had eyeliner, I had mascara, I had foundation, I had blush, I had half a dozen different types of creams and liquids and stuff, and I've had gel and mousse and hairspray and whatever the frig else you wanted. I've experienced it all. And the crazy thing is, you can, man, when you talk, you can actually feel like when you have foundation and all this shit applied to your face by professional makeup artists and you start talking, you can feel your skin being like, it's like you're forcing your skin to move. It's, dude, it's, oh my God, it's a awkward. Here, look, I'll show you guys. Let me see if we got Krushnek the model. Let me see if I got it. I think I got a couple photos. I think I can show you guys. Where are they? Those are the days, man. I used to have a lot of fun back then. Those stories aren't for here. Here we go. Okay. This, I can't believe I'm showing you guys. I'm sure this won't be the last time. So, this is Krushnek, right? This is Krushnek. So here's Krushnek. This was Krushnek in his modeling days. Oh my God, look at the hair. What the what? What is going on there? Holy smokes. Here, hang on. Got a little bolo tie happening. Here's my James Dean. My hair was all gelled, hairsprayed, styled. I'm wearing all kinds of makeup. I don't know if you guys can see it very well. That was Krushnek the model. It was a long time ago. Oh, did they... Hang on a second, guys. I gotta check something. I got to check something. I've been after this company to send me their script for this book I'm supposed to read. Uploaded. This should be retail ready. Review. Pro tip. Oh, okay. So. Alright, I'm gonna have to find time for that. Okay, sorry guys. The people just sent the full script to me. Hey Trank, what's going on? Damn Crush? Damn what? I turned the stream off? I had to turn the stream off. I had to tab out. What was that you were asking me earlier, man? Sorry, I was telling a story to the stream that I had to finish. I mean, I know, so I need an MMORPG to come out. I need the next EverQuest. This is it. I've been waiting 12 years to play this game. I'm not expecting anybody to do anything for me. As you can tell from the month that you've known me, I pretty much do everything myself. I'm self-sufficient. I'm just looking to enjoy the game. I'm not looking to be told what to do. I'm not looking to tell people what to do. I just want to go out. I want to run groups. I want to crawl dungeons. I want to kill stuff, put on cool gear. I want to wipe a few times, laugh about it. That's it. I want to flesh out the story. I want to explore the lore, which I haven't dove into yet because I'm waiting for a closer to retail launch of the game so that it's quote-unquote complete. I'd like to follow this game into any expansions they have planned. But we'll see what happens. I don't have a stick up my ass. I'm not going to get mad at anybody. You'll hear me whine and complain to myself. You'll never hear me get mad at somebody. I haven't been mad, I think, since I was 7 years old. It's not something time is too precious. I don't have time to put up with people's nonsense. And truth be told, if you want the Krushnek True experience, go to my Twitch channel when you've got 16 hours and look at Friday's stream, Saturday's stream, and Monday's stream. Those are the 3 nights that I went into Halnir's Cave, and you'll see exactly who I am. Oh, my modeling date? Yeah, I know. Dude, I used to have a lot of fun. Well, so first off, I have decades in sales and customer service. You don't know anybody like me. I deal with everybody. I don't get short. I don't get mad. I don't get snappy. I don't get loud. I know how to talk to everybody. You can be a dick. You can be the nicest person in the world. I talk to everybody. I have awards and trophies that I could show you on stream of being recognized for talking to everybody and anybody. I have taken drunk, grown men and fixed their banking problems. I have taken single moms who couldn't get money for their babies for the weekend for formula and brought them down to a comfortable understanding of their banking situation. I'm not going to bring a fraction of that into a game because it's a video game. Nobody's going to expect me to be anything else other than who I am. But I promise you, you won't know another person like me. I'm being Q&A'd. I get it, but I'm a little annoyed by it. Just like you, waiting for the next EQ. Yes, sir, waiting for the next EQ. That's a great attitude, my same thoughts. Man, look, it's a game. It's a game. I'm not here to impress anybody, man. I'm here to play a game and enjoy. I'm not here to tell people what to do. I will creatively steer individuals in a specific direction if I feel like they're not quite going in the direction they should be going in, but I will never tell somebody what to do. But I don't expect you to tell me what to do. Not you, general terms, right? General terms. We're just here to enjoy a game. If you like to see somebody enjoy a game, give everybody the benefit of a doubt, crawl dungeons, stay focused, you're going to want to watch this stream over anybody else, period. I don't act like a ham. I don't throw my hands in the air and blah, 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 what everybody else does. I analyze, understand, and correct. That's what happens. But again, like I said, if my long-term viewers were here, they would back me up. They would know. They would know who I am. Go to my YouTube channel. Go to my YouTube channel, look at all the games I've got up there for the last decade, and you'll see who I am outside of Pantheon. If you only know me from Pantheon, I highly recommend checking out my other stuff. I don't change. And people say change is good. I don't need to change. I haven't needed to change since I was younger. I had to grow up quick. So, you were talking about groups, static or otherwise. I need you to think about these numbers. I've spent 30 years with tens of thousands of people. I have no enemies. No one's ever not liked me. I don't need to say anything else. I deal with everybody. I'm telling you, you won't know another person like me. I'm not going to cause I don't give anybody grief. I don't need to. It's not worth it. This is just what I do. Sure, I'll take feedback. I've worked for decades. Right, but keep in mind, feedback does not mean a person's going to do what's fed back. Feedback means a person's going to take that information, figure out if in fact it makes them or puts them in a better situation and then applies that understanding, right? And again, like I said, if you check out Friday's stream, Saturday's stream, and Monday's stream, you'll see. I don't know if you were or not. I don't think you were there Saturday. I don't bother myself with other people's real-life concerns that they bring into the game. People have conversations in guild chat about what their wife or husband or boyfriend or girlfriend or brother or sister, coworker, boss. I don't care. I'm not here for that. Nobody should be there for that. If you need to talk to somebody about your family and friends, maybe you should talk to somebody who's licensed and trained to talk to people rather than listen to random people on the internet. I've put up with it all. Again, 30 years, tens of thousands of people. I've dealt with every situation. I've dealt with divorced couples, couples in love, couples on the same schedule, couples not in the same schedule, kids, couples and their kids, kids and grandparents. I've dealt with all types of people. Like it's okay if you like it's okay if somebody can't quantify, but I'm telling you, as far as people online, people in the game, people that play MMORPGs, I'm one of the probably most person-based experienced individuals you're ever going to meet. Unless I log off the internet tonight and then somebody else keeps going for the next 20 years, then they would be the most person-experienced individual. Okay, you know what? Better question. What issues have you had with me since you've known me? That's the best question. So what feedback would you give me to make me better than I am right now? Be honest. They're answering their own question. Or do you think the distraction is when I go to pull, people keep moving forward and people keep moving to the side and people don't stand still. So when I pull the mob back, I get a little perturbed that people aren't moving. You understand I'm interrupting the Ravage, right? The only time I've taken it twice is because right, but I've taken Ravage twice, and the 2 times I took it was because my interrupt didn't land. That's all. Okay, hang on. Elaborate on... Yeah, just hang on. Elaborate on when you say things don't go your way. Like, he swings 4 times, and I'm dead. I interrupt. He's already swung twice. So by the time I move behind him, I'm probably going to take all 4 swings. Now, I could wait until he starts casting Ravage, and then joust around him or move behind him, but what's the point of having the interrupt? So I shouldn't use interrupts on mobs that can be interrupted. Right, so every pull is not 100% guaranteed. Every situation is not 100% guaranteed. You don't know what your healer's doing. You don't know if your healer's looking off screen. You don't know if your healer's looking at the rogue. You don't know if your healer's trying to position themselves. You don't know if your healer is concerned about some other situation. I have none of that information, right? If everything is running smoothly, there should be no deaths, period. But deaths happen. The point is recovering. That's the true test. The true test is not running through a dungeon flawless. The true test is dying, recovering, and staying together. That's how you get good players. Not that you run through a dungeon and say, hey, nobody died, fantastic. Yay, we're all phenomenal. That doesn't make a good player. Got a couple of my friends in the game a couple weeks ago. We're having a blast with it. Can't wait for EA. Right on, man. Very rare breed, which is amazing. You don't see very many people like that. From the beginning. That's why I'm here every day watching you. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. For you asking the question. There's nothing you are who you play. What I totally enjoy. Wouldn't change a thing. Yeah, right on. Exactly. First time I saw your stream was, I think, Darkest Dungeon. Oh, dude, Highway, you've been around for a long time. If you came to me from Darkest Dungeon... So... Right, so for the amount of time that we've hung out, for the amount of time that we've spoken, for the amount of time that we've grouped, if your only issue with me is the 2 times I died for Ravages, you understand that no other questions matter. You can make an informed decision from the past month of knowing me. You have all the information. There's nothing that's going to change with me into early access. So whatever your conclusion is right now, that answers all the questions you're going to ask me. I mean, now, pulling them into the healers. Every time I've pulled a Ravager, I've typed in group Ravager. Every time. We can go back and look at the VODs. So if people aren't paying attention to my call out for the Ravager, that's not my fault. That's them to watch where the Ravager stops. If I stand 15 feet out from you guys or 20 feet out from you guys and we get the mob down to 10% health, the mob's going to have a lot farther to run before people kill it. And I can swear on that because if you look at yesterday's and Saturday's streams, you'll see a dozen different times where the mob got to run for probably 11 seconds before it died. That's a long time to wipe a group. I would rather pull a mob into the group than wipe the group with half a dozen mobs. It's all about decisions. For me as a tank, again, I've had to lead 70 people at a time. With me as a tank, I take everything into consideration. I'm not looking at the mob and my skill. I'm looking at where I'm standing. I'm looking at what skills are up. I'm looking at the mob. I'm looking at how far away the mob is. I'm judging the distance based on the range of my skills. I'm looking at other people in the group to see where they're standing, sitting, what have you. That's why I give med commands, because I see healers and casters standing when they should be sitting and medding. I pay attention to everything around me, to the left, right, behind. I don't pull to where I put anybody at risk. And I always warn before something tricky happens. It's been that way for decades. If somebody else suffers negatively because of that, they need to be better. I shouldn't have to look at 50 different things, but I've done it for 30 years. It's never changed. I can get 200 people in this call right now, and they will all tell you the same thing about me. And that's the truth. Honest to God's. No exaggeration. I don't do things half-assed because it affects the rest of the group. When you do something half-ass, ill-informed, it affects any group, whether you're 6 people, 5 people, 2 people, 100 people, it doesn't matter. There's always the risk of negative morale. And I do more than most other people I've known to make sure the morale stays in the green. And again, I've done it for 30 years because I'm a person. I understand how people are. I don't just understand how you are, I understand how everybody else I come in contact with is. That's why I make friends. The past month that we've been grouping and hanging out and whatnot, everybody I've grouped with, I've got on my friends list at least half that group. If there were 6 people in the group in that evening, I've got 3 of them as friends lists. I didn't friend them. They friended me. Have an amazing stream. I have to run into Costco and grab some grub. All right, man. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Highwayman, I miss Darkest Dungeon, dude. When I was streaming Darkest Dungeon, we had 1,000 people in here. Those were the days, man. It's nice to have a bunch of people in here to talk because it makes the time pass faster. All I can tell you is, if you've got 30 people in your guild, the single person you won't ever have an issue with is me. Now, I may be late on the odd Saturday, depending on real life, but that can't be avoided. That's real life. Real life obviously takes priority. I'm not that much of a no-lifer. Unfortunately, I have a life I have to pay attention to. This Legendus guy, he had two corpses like a half hour ago, and now he's got 3 corpses. I don't know what he's doing here to get himself killed. He must be going down to the Goblin Cave and getting aggro and coming up here and dying. Well, that is the right answer, because a motto that I've lived by for 30 years, and this is kind of a joke, but I always say, if you have a problem with me, you better have one hell of a good reason. That's been my motto. Or slogan, whatever you want to call it. It's been that way all life. If you have a problem with me, it better be a hell of a reason. I mean, if you didn't think I was invested in this game, you wouldn't be hanging out. Like that's what it comes down to. You jump in here, say, hey, what's going on, blah blah blah. Like, you wouldn't do that if there was something off about Krushnek. Be careful. Don't use the word job. You're not getting paid for this. It's not a job, it's your time. There's a difference. It's not your job to breathe. It's not your job to eat. It's not your job to sleep. But you have to do it. But it's not a job. You don't have a boss. You're not being paid. You don't have any benefits that you can take with you when you retire. It's not a job. Be very careful, because a lot of us old farts have used the word job when it comes to MMOs. It's not a job. When most people throw the word job around, they get it in their head and it influences their decision. So they end up getting more dedicated or addicted to something, like my time in EQ. I used to say EQ was a job all the time. It's my job to keep 70 people together. It's my job to make sure everybody's got their lockouts handled. It's my job to make sure everybody in the raid has the proper gear, has the right skills, has the right spells, has the right knowledge. It's my job to make sure that my group keeps my ass up. It's my job to make sure I use my skills in the right order. I use the word job for everything. This isn't a job. I was never paid for it. I never had a boss. So if you're not paid for it, you don't have a boss, it's not a job, it's your time. That's what it is. It comes down to your time. Nobody should use the word job when it comes to gaming unless you're, ironically enough, unless you're a streamer who's getting paid. I'm not getting paid for playing Pantheon. I'm playing Pantheon of my own free will. I'm in free alpha on my own free will. I'll be in early access on my own free will. So, it's, by definition, it's not a job. It's just metaphorically, everybody throws around the word job. I'm just saying it's not a job. We just keep saying it's a job, but it's not. And with that said, even as you being the guild leader, it's not your job to keep everybody together online. In a group, maybe. It's your time. You want to put in the extra time to have general conversation, to throw a couple jokes in there, to get people in voice chat, sure. But if you have 30, 40, 50 people in your guild, it is not your job or your responsibility to keep those people in game. You want to keep them in game because if you keep them in game, other people will stay in game, more people might come to the game and stay in game, and you'll be able to keep playing. Because if everybody leaves, you won't have anything to do. But you can't make it a job, because what happens is people start leaving to go play other games, or real life takes over, and all of a sudden you start getting down on, not you, just a general statement, start getting down on yourself because things aren't working out. You're losing people. What are you going to do? You can't get to that point. And again, I can say that because I've been there. I've done this over and over and over again for decades, and I've learned my lesson. Unfortunately, it was too late to learn it. But it's not your responsibility. Again, not you. This is a blanket statement. It's not a guild leader's responsibility to keep everybody happy. What your responsibility is as a guild leader is to keep everybody playing the game. So you don't give a shit about their real life, you don't care about their marital disputes, you don't care about their financial situation, you don't care about their education. That's has no time. The time that you have in game is your time focused on just the game and nothing but the game. That's it. If you're grouped with somebody and they've been awesome, but all of a sudden you go into, I don't know, 3 months down the road, and all of a sudden that person's mentality starts to change, and you're like, "What's going on here? We work so well. But I don't get it. It's not your job to pry, or it's not your responsibility to pry. If the formula isn't working, you need to do some rejiggering and figure out how to correct it. Whether that is don't hang out with the person, make other plans." Find ways to say or do certain things that might influence somebody. That's what I do. I was saying this earlier to my stream. If I notice that somebody isn't quite going down the path that I think they could be going down, I will creatively get them to go down that path without anybody but myself knowing they're going down that path. That's just what I do. I've had a life of sales. It's what I do. I convince people to do things without them realizing they're doing it. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. I have no plans. I was harvesting, but every time I focus on the screen and shut up, it's nighttime. I can't see anything worth harvesting. I mean, I guess we could pull out the torch. And then I thought maybe we'd run something, but there's nobody on. And when I say there's nobody on, I mean you can't make a 6-person group. Dude, do you, man? Do you? Look, I'm cool. I'm cool, man. I'm just running around chilling. If I see a node, I'll harvest a node. I'm chatting up the stream. I've sent some tells, and unfortunately people are logging and whatnot, so I've got nothing on my end. So, I mean, tonight's a bust. It happens. We can always try tomorrow. Oh, I figure next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday will probably be barren. With everybody knowing that servers are coming down, like on the Monday or the Sunday or whatever, people aren't going to want to do anything because they're not going to have any time to do anything. What am I going to do? I got to go from the 1st to the 13th of December with no Pantheon. I was making a joke to the stream earlier. I think what I might do is I might go and record all my streams on the Twitch channel and just replay them from the 1st to the 13th just to get Pantheon content running while the game is down. just to try and advertise, because I need this game to come out. That's how desperate I am for this game, man. I'm willing to do rerun streams for 13 days just to keep Pantheon on the internet. Because the days the day the servers come down, it's going to be radio silence for 2 weeks. I never catch them, man. He's always streaming in the afternoon when I'm working, and by the time I get home, I sit down, I got everything in front of me, I fire everything up, I go to click on his stream, and I get his end of stream JW logo, and I'm like, son of a motherless goat, I missed another one. And then I go live. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, see, I would need to take like a night or two off of streaming to do that, and for some reason, I'm a silly person, and I think I'm an addict, and I just I just love streaming. I need that social interaction, you know, I'm a people person. We're all just addicts. Not a dick, addicts. Addicts. I said addicts. Alright, we're gonna go look for ore. Hey look, Chuck Norris. It's Chuck Norris sighting. Well, Canada Post up here is still on strike, so I went to work today for my 8-hour shift, and I processed 3 transactions, which took a total of 3.5 minutes, and then I sat on my thumbs for 7 hours and 56.5 minutes. That's what I did today. And I went absolutely stir crazy because I work in a place that has high security. I can't have my cell phone out. I can't have a tablet out. I can't have a laptop out. I don't have internet access. I can't bring up a web page. I had to sit and stare at absolute nonsense for my whole day, and it ruined me because I can't sit and not do something. It's gonna be a brutal 2 weeks. It is. So you guys have the United States Postal Service, and we have Canada Post up here. Canada Post operates across the country, just like USPS does down there. So imagine USPS going on strike, and you're not getting your stuff. Now, me personally, I process a lot of high security financial information that is delivered to a bunch of places across the country, captured digitally, and then sent to me, and I have to verify stuff. Well, if nothing's being transferred, if nothing's being couriered to those locations across Canada, I have nothing to do. So right now, we have a whole whack of stuff that's piled up, backed up somewheres at most people's houses or offices or stores because Canada Post is not delivering it. We have courier services up here, like we have Amazon up here. We have courier service known as DHL. There's a couple privatized courier services, but there are no contracts commercially across the country with anybody for them to pick up the slack, so to speak. We need Canada Post to work out their differences with the government and get back to work as quickly as possible, and it doesn't look that way because they went on strike like a decade ago. They were kind of close to eye, but not quite, so it didn't last so long. I think it was like 40 days, 48 days or something. I think they were on strike. This one, they are nowhere near being close to each other, seeing eye to eye, and it's a problem. So I don't know what's going to happen. But for me personally, my job's not at risk. I still have my job. I still go. I still do my shift. But I can't stand sitting there. Someone can say, oh, I would love to be able to go to my job and sit and do nothing all day. That'd be fantastic. No, it wouldn't. No, it isn't. When you don't have anything else to do and you have to stare at a Windows desktop that has no applications on it whatsoever except Microsoft Paint, no, that is not fun, and you do not want to do that any more than one day. Not even one day. You want to do it 0 days. And I have to do it now 4 days in, and it's probably going to be a month, maybe 2 months before I actually get some work, and I'm going to go absolutely nuts. So who knows? Maybe when early access shows up, maybe I do become a different person. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. You better hope Canada Post goes back to work. That goes for you guys too. You guys better hope Canada Post goes back to work, or I might be a different person 2 weeks from now. I wish I could tell you. I mean, the business person in me would say that the government is not going to bend over, or I shouldn't say bend over, I'd lean towards or extend a hand to Canada Post in the way that Canada Post wants. I believe there is going to be some fighting for quite some time. It's a big issue because not only with businesses and delivery services, but also we've got the holidays coming up. And people can say, oh yeah, but the holidays, that's, you know, you go without gifts. That yeah, but it's not just that. Other stuff besides gifts gets couriered. Medical supplies, all government aid, all the stuff for anybody who needs something gets delivered by a delivery service. So if that delivery service is not delivering, companies aren't the only ones that are going to suffer from this. And like I said, my concern is I think it's going to be a long time before they work things out. And it's going to be a problem because right now, and this could be said worldwide, but Canada is not in the best economically friendly shape as far as households go. It's a big issue. It's not advertised a lot outside of Canada, but it's not good. Most of the people that I know personally are in a not so good situation, and I wish I could help them, but I can't, and it sucks. But yeah, I need Canada Post to get back to work as soon as possible, but I don't think it's going to be for quite some time. Now, if I happen to win the lotto between now and then, I'll be Pantheon 20 hours a day. Period. I won't go outside. So maybe you should hope I win the lottery. Dude, honestly, like seriousness, I don't know what I would do either. I've always worked. I've worked since I was 13 years old. I had my first job at 14, and I've worked ever since. I don't know what it's like to be unemployed. I don't know what it's like to be fired. I have no idea. I've been laid off twice because of lack of business. In both cases, the businesses had to close up. But I've always worked. I worked 3 jobs. We might have already talked about this, but I've worked 3 jobs for 11 years. I would get up at something to 7 in the morning, and I would go to bed at 3 in the morning. So I would sleep 4 hours, roughly. Maybe, if I could get to sleep fast enough. I worked a lot. I shouldn't have. If I could go back on a DeLorean and change, people will say, you know, I wouldn't go back in time and change because if I changed, I wouldn't be where I am today. Those people are full of shit. If I could go back and change, I would have definitely changed. You know, it was nice to be able to get paid from 2 jobs one week and then get paid from the 3rd job the next week. Always had money coming in. Anytime I went to a house party on the weekends, I was the one that could buy anything I wanted. People were envious. I'm not that kind of a person to make somebody jealous. I'm the kind of person that'll grab 5 people, put them in a car, we'll go to McDonald's and I'll buy everybody whatever, just because I just want to hang out. That's it. It's not to show off. It's just because I know people don't have money and I do. Let's share the wealth. That's been my entire life. But I would get in a DeLorean yesterday and go back in time and not do 3 jobs at the same time for 11 years because that had a big impact on me. And I'd like to say it's positive, but I don't think it was. We don't want blackberries. I need ore. How big is your Thanksgiving get together typically? Is this like an average Thanksgiving, or are you having extra people over? Like, what's your household typically looking like at Thanksgiving? Okay. Yep. It's so funny, man. We do the same. It's got to be a North American thing because up here we do the same thing you guys do. It's turkey and or ham, nothing else. Some people might have fish. Some people might throw chicken in. It's very, very rare and almost unheard of. But it's turkey and or ham every Thanksgiving. So I don't know if you know, but we have our Thanksgiving in October. That's our reference, but it's the same thing. It's turkey and or ham every year. Always has been. It's wild that we've maintained the same, I guess, tradition, you could say. Maybe, but genealogically speaking, we are more British up here, British do-rights, and you guys are more of the reckless savages that, you know, wanted nothing to do with you know, the queen, so you wanted to forge your own way, right? So in that respect, we're a little different, but you are correct. We're all of a similar mindset, and advertising has a big thing to do with that. Advertising and marketing runs the world. So even if we watch American TV up here and we see commercials for turkey and ham, we're probably going to adopt the same thing, but you are correct. It's just, to me, it's funny that it's always been turkey and or ham. And I'm guessing you guys do what, pumpkin pie? Okay, gotcha. You got it. Yeah, we don't. We ever since the queen passed, it's not a thing up here either anymore. Apparently, we're more concerned with how, what is it, Meghan and Harry and Kate and what's his nuts are eating for breakfast or whatever. Whatever. Yeah, that's about the only thing we care about here, anyways, as far as royal family. You want us to care more, spread some wealth, you know, throw some money our way, will you? Maybe that'll, you know, influence change. I agree. It was a Lady and the Tramp situation, is what it was. The odd person out, I guess you could say. Didn't fit in. Comes from a small town, you know, met up with a city boy, and they wish the city boy would have met a city girl. Do you look forward to Thanksgiving? Like, are you excited for Thanksgiving? Do you get excited every year for Thanksgiving, or is it like a formality? Do we want maple? I guess we could take maple. What's our weight allowance? Oh, we're almost there. What are we carrying? Oh, we got 19 ore. You know what? Maybe we'll go back and bank that. What does that put us at? 137. We'll get this tree here. Let me run around here and see if there's ore. Before we pick up maple. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't do the birthday thing myself. I haven't done it in a very long time. You're right. I agree. That's what it is. Come on, ore. Okay, there's no more ore. All the ore is gone. Let's go back to town. We'll go back and pull out whatever we have in the... I think we have 7 or 8 in the bank, too. We'll pull that stuff out, we'll smelt that down, and then we'll come back out. I just exhausted myself. How you guys in chat doing? You guys good? Oh, there's a shy one. I've never been an individual to put focus on more than one character. So back in the EverQuest days, it was by definition illegal to sell characters. Okay, So we got in the business of selling our time, like I was telling you earlier about the whole job time thing. So we would sell based on the time we invested in the game. So, if I had spent time in the game and it happened to be on this account might be valued at $1,800 US because of the amount of time I invested on that account. So I used to come in contact with different people's time on a regular basis, and I could never bring myself to operate more than one character at a time. And the reason for that is I was a raid healer. I was not even heal. I was a cleric. Cleric was a big deal in EQ. A raid cleric in EQ is like God. Nobody wants to let a raid cleric go anywheres for any reason whatsoever. It's their own little precious. It's just the way it worked back then. As a cleric, you wouldn't get 100% of me if I had another toon coming along. Like a lot of players in EQ nowadays, they'll roll multiple accounts because they enjoy the game and they want to be able to hang out and do stuff on their own. So they'll start like an assassin or a rogue or a tank or something, but then all of a sudden they'll roll an alt as like a shaman or a bard, because just like in this game, the shaman has buffs that you can buff a person with so that that person can take down content that they wouldn't normally be able to solo, and they wouldn't have to worry about the shaman doing 100% except for maybe the odd auto attack because they're already buffed. Bards, same deal. Bards, you don't really have to operate as long as you've got the songs running. Once you have the certain songs running, a bard doesn't have to do anything. It can just follow players around, keep them overpowered, and they can go kill stuff. With me, I can't do that because you are, no matter what anybody says, you are thinking about all of the characters you have on at the time, and the focus shifts. It always does. I will admit that myself. I don't care how good you think, not you, but I don't care how good you think you are. You have split attention if you have more than one thing to focus on. That's the definition of split attention. So as far as using multiple toons, from the 10 years I spent as a raid-wide cleric to the rest of life spending it as a tank, I don't have the split focus for more than one character. So as far as having multiple characters in this game, depending on what they do as far as true box, alts, etc., I don't see myself having any more than this one account with however many characters they allow you to have. And even with that, you're probably only going to see me with one character for quite some time in the game. I don't get into the habit of rolling a rainbow at launch. I know what I want to play. I've played enough games over the years that I've got enough knowledge to make a 100% informed decision, and I know where these guys are going with, say, the warrior, for example, and that's why there's no other class for me on launch except for a warrior. I don't even care what happens to the warrior between now and launch. I will still be a warrior day one, just because I already know what the warrior is going to be when launch comes. So for me, the long way around it is I'm just going to probably have this one toon and that's it. And then once that toon is geared and running pretty much everything in the game, then I'll consider rolling another toon. But even then I probably won't. Okay, yep, we had 9, so we can take that. We're not going to do jute. Just like I said, man, no matter who you are or how good you think you are not that good. Period. Myself included. I'm still so picky about my inventory and putting everything in the right spot, and none of it's going to be here in a week and a half, or a week and a bit. The week after next. And I'm still I should just be deleting all this stuff. And I'm still doing this nonsense. We got a lot of maple. This is great. We might be able to finish that quest. Alright, let's get this ore broken down first. Well, I can say for the amount of time I've had in the game this time around, which has been what? When was the character wipe? Month and a half ago? So if they plan on, yeah, if they plan on limiting the trade skill, like my inventory, you just mentioned, you know, to have an extra character for inventory. I don't even think that's necessary. So far in this game, I've gotten a 14 slot bag. I just got the quest for the 12 slot bag, got it done, got the 12 slot bag. I have a 10 slot bag. I have two 8 slot bags. My bank is all full with 8 slot bags, and I have it almost full, which could be a nuisance right now because we're only level 17 or 18 at the time. But most of my inventory is every trade skill out there. So if we get to a point where trade skills are going to be limited, I don't see there being that much of an inventory issue. It's just an issue now because everybody can be everything at any time. And I guess, you know, that's probably not going to be the case at launch. So that could be a different situation. But yes, you're right. The only reason I would have another character would be if I needed additional storage space, and that's it. Okay, that's all smelted. We're going to put that... Oh, actually, we got to make the ingots. My bad. Oh, not iron. Getting ahead of myself. Da, 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 da. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I gotta figure out what to do, man, from December 1st to the 13th. We're not gonna have Pantheon. I'll find something. Maybe we'll finally do a World of Warcraft character. I'm just kidding, that's not gonna happen. Well, now, keep in mind, don't bend over backwards to jump in game. Like tomorrow, for example, if you go and do your running around and whatnot... I got people say, who is this? I don't know who this is. Well, whatever. I'll say yes. Sure. Why not? What was I saying? Oh, don't feel obligated like to jump in, get like if you take a night off, you decide to do something else, if you decide to do something the next couple days, that's cool. Feel free. If you want to do more stuff offline, like you know, getting the guild's attention or working on the site, what have you, feel free. Don't feel obligated to jump in game. I'll still be here when early access comes around. And I'm just saying, because I wouldn't want you to feel obligated to be here to try and do something only to be disappointed when nothing gets done. So if you want to take time off, just do your thing. I'll be here. Who is Xanath? Is Xanath on stream right now? I mean, I can't see any of the reason why I would get a blind invite for a friends list. I watch you on YouTube. I like your stream. Oh. Gotcha. Well, yeah, I'm gonna, one of the things I'm gonna do with early access is I'm gonna start taking notes. I'm gonna start giving myself like the leg up treatment so that I know that when we finally get to a launch of some point, I know exactly what I need to do without having to fish out people's websites and nonsense and what have you. Like I'm gonna figure out where gear drops, what to kill, when to get there, you know, that sort of thing. I mean, we already know my two-hander has to come from Halnir's. There's no choice. I have to get the Warden's Blade every time. I agree with you there too. I mean, that's a really tough discussion too, because they used to have it in the early days that you could get to iron, or you could get to plate armor on like a level 5 character if you had all the resources. Then they brought in the leveling thing and capped everything off as tiers, whereas you had to be level 9 before you could go into this, and level 19 before you could go into that, which kind of made sense on a tier stage, but I feel like this game isn't designed to be a tier stage. However, to allow a level 5 to be a master trade skiller, I see where they wouldn't want that to happen, because somebody could get people to help them and just auto feed, combines all day long, and then all of a sudden 4 days later they're a master crafter. They don't want that. They want you to work for 2 or 3 months to get towards it. But how do you do it? What's the trick? Like, do individual recipes have to unlock at individual levels? Do you do tiers? Do you do free-for-all? Like, I get their struggle with trying to find out how to get people to play through the game, as opposed to, instead of a bell curve, shoot straight up to the top of the cliff and get the best gear within a week. I get that, but I agree with you that they need to have it so that you're not level 10 only crafting level 5 gear, or you're level 5 only crafting level 10 gear. That's an issue. Right. Right. Yeah. It was 2 weeks ago. I was like, sure, I'll get there. I'm not even sure I'm going to get there before next week. Oh, it's so silly. Yeah. I couldn't believe when you crafted it and we realized it was level 21. Okay, let's do the wood next. Where did we... Oh, there it is. I did the quest. I did the part where the woodworker wants you to make the brace and then create a maple shield. I did that part, but I've never looked at making shields either. Okay, we've got the maple. So, how many logs does it take for lumber? It's 3, right? 59 gives us... That should give us enough. If we carry this, we're probably going to be encumbered. That's fine, though. This should give us the 60 lumber to complete that other quest. Oh, and we have, I think, 4 or 5 other quest updates to do, too. Of course. Hey, Cross, what's happening? How you doing, man? Okay, lumber. Is it 12 in your warrior? Tanking is fun? Tanking is fun. There it is. It just completed. Bridge repairs. Okay, we're gonna go turn this in. Right. Well, hey, maybe you can find a way to slip in a word for them to put need before greed as a loot option as opposed to just round robin and everybody's open. I need the tank. I haven't looted anything the whole month that like we've been I've looted when I solo, but when I'm in a group with people, I don't loot anything because there's no time. $60. Okay, we got 60 lumber. Let's go turn in and see what this quest does. Actually, hang on. We got a few things that are in a complete state, so let's see what we have to do. Okay, we need to go to see the Huntress. Okay, we need to see the Huntress for those two. Aldrich spawns at night. That's the guy at the crossroads. That's for the Tavern Keeper. Vieros, I don't know where he is. And Trias, I don't know where he is. We need to hail both of them. And then Lias, I don't remember who that is. Okay, so let's go to the tavern first. Nope, me neither. That's done. That opened up Frost Brew. The only thing I would be looking for, the money split by default is fantastic. That's the way it should be. But as far as loot goes, if it's something you're not going to wear and I am, you know, it kind of makes sense as opposed to you taking it so you can give it to an alt or sell to another player or like it's all about growth, right? Like you have to look after your own in order to progress. And where we're in this game right now, and there's no guild or static or what have you, you can't do that. It's impossible to do that. You can't think 5 other strangers are going to row the same boat on the fly one evening for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 12 hours. So, you know, it's just not a situation. But my whole thing is, I don't care for loot. I never have. As I told you earlier, I go, I kill stuff, I put stuff on, I go kill stronger stuff, I put stuff on, I go kill stronger stuff, and I just keep doing that. I don't care. I really don't care about the crafting. I will do crafting because it seems like there's going to be an importance to crafting in this game, which is nice, especially for progressing. With that said, I don't care if I loot anything off any trash mob for any reason whatsoever. I don't care. But if somebody else in the group starts looting 90% of the things, I have to consider the 4 other people in the group and what they're thinking. Because it only takes a scout who doesn't have to do shit all except DPS when the mob's in camp to loot everything off the bodies, the healer sitting on his ass, the tank doing the pulls. All of a sudden they're like, wait a minute, we've been here 2 hours, I haven't looted anything. These guys are looting everything, I'm out. Then all of a sudden that person leaves, well guess what, you got a hole, you got to fill it. A tank and a healer, above all else, are the hardest roles to fill when you need it on the fly. DPS are a dime a dozen, utility a dime a dozen, but tanks and clerics, tanks and healers in any MMORPG are always the hardest spots to refill on the fly. And my concern is, one person looting everything, somebody's going to get their panties in a twist, justifiably, and say, hey, I'm out. Or they're just going to drop group. And that's going to screw everybody because somebody's greedy. And that's the common sense of it. That's the brass tacks. That's whatever cheesy phrase you want to use. That's the answer. That's the result. But me personally, I don't care. But if a tank shield drops and I need a tank shield and you're a rogue and you take the shield, if we're going to be grouping again, we're not going to be grouping again. I'll tell you that right now, guilty or not. It's not going to happen. I'm here to enjoy the game. I'm not here to please the greedy. Aren't I supposed to be going to the crossroads? What am I doing? I'm getting distracted. We gotta go see the Tavern Keeper. That's where I was running. I was running to see the Tavern Keeper. No, we already saw the Tavern Keeper. So now we gotta go see the Huntress. I gotta stay focused, man. What am I doing? Stay focused. Tanking is fun when you have a pocket cleric. I agree. Well, I shouldn't say that. I've never had a pocket cleric. I've been the cleric. We're just going to have a good time. That's all I want's a good time. That's it. All I want's a good time. I'm not looking to show off. I'm not looking to prove myself to anybody. I'm looking to make sure my time is worth my time. That's it. Okay, those two are done. Oh, what's this now? Oh, thirsty. Whoops. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. I'm drinking. I'm drinking. Maybe we'll do a drinking stream on December 1st. Server come down December 1st, right? Well, yeah, I haven't done a drinking stream in a while. Maybe we'll do a drinking stream. That'll be silly. What do we used to call it? Anybody in chat that remember what we used to call those streams? There was a name we used to use, and I forget. There was an acronym. I can't remember. I don't know where these people are. Master Viros. Like, it sounds like a monk, right? Monk would have master in the name. But it's armor. Monks don't wear armor. You can find him over by the river. He seems to always need something for his training. Oh, wait a minute. The warrior... oh my goodness, I'm a dummy. Don't quote me on that. Don't post that to TikTok. I never said it. He's gonna be over here. There he is. Wow, I am silly. Stay in school, kids. Learn to read. Learn to read. Probably help actual weapons instead of these glorified sticks. Maces, I think. Ashirian maces. Let's make some Ashirian maces. Well, we don't know what other starting colonies there's going to be, camps, outposts. We don't know where the evil races are going to go. Like, we don't know any of this stuff yet. Okay, this is going to encumber us. So we'll take the wood after. We're not going to take it now. We got to control our weight. We'll take the crude stones. I don't think we need copper for it. Do we need coal? Do we use coal for weapons? I don't know. Let's take some just in case. Alright, let's go see what we can smith. He wants Ashirian maces. How many does he want? 5. Okay. 5 Ashirian maces. We need the pattern first, so we'll go to the weaponsmith. Right. Ashirian mace. Great axe, great sword. Mace head. I assume that's what we need. Alright, man, no worries. Go chill. I'll be around every day going forward, so whenever you jump in, we'll be chatting. I'm an open book, man. The only thing I don't yap about is personal life, and the reason being is nobody should have to give a shit. Okay, Ashirian mace. We studied this. There's the mace. Oh, we need the actual crude mace pattern. Crude mace. That's what we needed. I will talk about everything. I don't get my panties in a bunch except on stream, and then I just whine and complain to my stream. Crude mace. Mace head, weapon haft. So we need 5 weapon hafts, 5 mace heads. Let's do the mace heads first because we have 5. Perfect. 1, 2. I don't know why we're counting. We only have 5 stones. And then we need... I'm guessing it's the small weapon haft. Right? Yep. 1. Oh, something else I should say. As far as things that people might not like about me, I can't stand typing, and I prefer to verbalize. I can't stand it when I'm in a group and I have to keep typing messages because it takes away from me tanking. Right, right. Okay, so we need 5 maces. This better work. This better be the right weapon. I'm sure this is the right weapon. This should be 5. Quest should update. And it did. Perfect. Okay, let's go turn this in and see where this takes us. Oh, blade work. So we want swords now? Blade and a club. Oh, difference between a blade and a club. Simple sword should do. I'll need 5 of them, so we gotta make 5 swords. I don't think we have enough to make 5 swords. Shoot. Well, we tried, people. Yeah, I think we already have the sword, so... Sword, blade... Oh, crude grinding stone. Oh, we don't have enough ore. Shoot. I'm using the G503, Logitech G502 Hero right now. And it's just because I got it on clearance for $39. It's like an expensive mouse and they were getting rid of it. But as far as mice go, I use everything, man. I'll use a 3-button mouse and be happy. I'm good. It's comfortable. I find it comfortable for the hand. I have no idea. I don't know much of... Oh, gotcha. Yep. Okay. So we can make 4 blades. We can't make 5. We gotta go find some more. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and put the stuff back in the bank. We'll pull out the lumber. We'll make our way to the crossroads, and we'll try and find ore in the meantime. That's the most efficient way to do this, I think. We don't need coal, so coal can go back in here. Maple log goes there. Crude stones will go there. Lumber will come up here. I've heard of them. Why is that checkmarked? We don't have an Asherium kite Oh. It wants my crafted kite shield. Ugh, I don't know if I want to do that. I can't do that, so we're going to ignore that one for now. Actually, Asherium kite shield. That would be... Would that be woodworking? No, it wouldn't. The brace would be woodworking. Asherium kite shield. Asherium shield brace. We may as well buy this stuff. We don't have these recipes. Yeah, next step for me is to do the same thing. I want to get my monitors on arms. Asherium splinted leather belt pattern. I don't know why we're buying this stuff. We're not going to make it. Gauntlets. Oh, armorsmith is for leather? No, splinted leather. Oh, I don't know why that's there. We don't need that. What is happening? There. Where's our two-hander? Oh, I put it over there. That's why. Right. What weaponsmith recipes do we not have? I already have one. Don't have that. That wasn't a pattern. Whoops. Right. We don't need that. I grabbed that by accident. Okay, so now we have all the recipes that we need. And we picked up the lumber. What did I say we were going to do? Oh, we were going to look at the shield. Okay. Kite shield blank, shield brace. Kite shield blank. Asherium plate, we need 3 of them. We put everything in the bank, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Asherium plate. As for sure. Alright, we're going to take that. And we're going to try and see if we can make at least one kite shield. And that way when we go out of here, if we find Trias, or Trias, whatever his name is. For sure, man. Crude kite shield blank. 3 Asherium plates. Where did I see Asherium plate? There it is. We need 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. And we need rivets, right? I think rivets was the other thing. Where are rivets at? Reinforcement. Down here. That's how I do it. How many rivets do we get per combine? 3. 3. I think we need like 8. 3, 3, 3. That's 9. Okay, so we need a shield brace. So we need tattered leather strips. I think we have those in the bank. I'm not thinking there's going to be many even through early access. I don't think it'll really happen until launch. The goal would be to build a viewer base up to that point, because you would want as many eyes on this as possible if the game's going to go to launch. You don't want to wait till after the game's launched, because that's when games fail. Tattered leather strips right there. Okay. Let's go see if we can do this. Nice. So, shield brace. Alright, man. We'll talk to you tomorrow. So... where's the shield? Oh, tattered leather panel. Don't think we have the panel. Is that what this... No, tattered leather is tattered leather. So we gotta take tattered leather over to the leatherworking. Right, and see what a panel is? Yeah, that's not a panel. Okay. We'll take that over. I swear to God, if one of these trade skill people ask me for an item that I don't have yet, we're gonna go to WoW. I'm just kidding. We're not gonna do that. Tattered leather panel. Tattered leather strips. Tattered leather strips, straps. Tattered leather panel. Tattered leather panel. It's a good thing we have jute in the bank. It's a good thing we have jute in the bank. Thank you, Acer, for the jute. No need to be irrational. I know, right? No need to take it too far. Relax. I'm sure it'll all work out in the wash.
Oh, actually, we have thread right there. We're gonna make this. Oh, there's triaz right there. What a fluke. Grown fast Blacksmith's Guild faction has improved. Now, unfortunately, we don't have a shield, so this better work. Because if we don't have a shield, it's going to be a oopsie daisy tomorrow. And the next day. And the next day. There's the panel. Just to be on the safe side, we'll make 2. Okay. Now we'll go over here, and I think we can make our shield. Is there a vendor in the starter town that sells newbie heavy armor? Yes. And they would be... Oh, wait. Maybe not. There is in Demyth. I don't think there is here. I'm pretty sure the armor smith is just patterns. Yeah, he's just patterns. Let me go over to the warrior thing for a second. That's a good question. That'd be good for me to know, since I'm playing a warrior. I would think the starting tank gear is going to be leather. I don't believe chain is sold by anybody. And I think that's on purpose because of the crafting system. He doesn't sell anything. Yeah, I think leather is going to be the starting tank gear. Because if I remember correctly, the introductory armor quests get you to craft leather before you go any higher, I think. Okay, now, kite shield. Kite shield blank. Kite shield blank. Wait. Oh, kite shield's not what we want. Oh, yes it is. That's the... Okay. So we have everything. Let's craft this. We got a new shield. Fantastic. Presto. Amazing. We'll take it. Now we have the bridge repair. What else could we do in the meantime? What does it take to make armor? Let's see. Crude splinted. Asherium splinted. Okay, so Asherium splinted leads to crude splinted. So these are the patterns. So if we go ahead and look at the chest, for example, we need 4 plates, 2 leather panels. And then plates... Plates take what? 2 bars each, so we'd need 8 bars for 4 plates. Oh, yikes. Yeah, man, crafting... armor smithing and weaponsmithing is going to be a grind. It's going to be a doozy of a grind. I will tell you this. Is it Tyseric? I hope I'm saying that right. I will tell you this. We have a level 19 necromancer, and as a necromancer, you obviously assume that necromancers wear cloth. Oh, hey, Carlel, what's happening? Are you playing a warrior class? Yes, I am. I'm playing a warrior currently. With the necromancer, I have found that grabbing outfitting and leatherworking materials while playing a necromancer has come very easy. I've been able to level up outfitting and leatherworking to tier 2 without even trying. That's the truth, just by exploring. Armorsmithing and weaponsmithing is going to be a whole other war for people who want to do smithing. There are not enough ore nodes in a general area for someone to spend an adequate amount of time gathering resources, which means armorsmithing and weaponsmithing, for the most part,
is going to require the smith being fed by friends, guildies, and customers. There is no, as far as I can tell, there is no fail option in a combine in this game. So as long as the players go out and get the materials, or some of the materials, or most of the materials, if the smith has enough business to take materials from other people, smithing should be fine, but it's not going to be. There's only going to be a handful of situations where a guild is going to help one of their guildies become a high-level smith as fast as possible to pump out the gear. That will happen, but it's only going to happen to a couple of people. It's not going to happen to everybody. But right now, I find that to level outfitting and leatherworking, no problem. 8 out of 10. To level smithing, I genuinely have to put it at around 3 or 4 out of 10 because of the amount of time it takes. We've spent multiple nights running around for a few hours at a time, and I was lucky to find 4 ore nodes. So I don't know exactly what's going on there, but I do think whoever's in charge of plopping nodes down in places, they need to go back over it and take a look at distribution. Because I don't know what else to tell you. I have video evidence of me running around for hours, covering almost the entire map, and walking out after 2 hours and 47 minutes with 4 nodes. That's it. That's what I got. In 2 hours and 47 minutes. So smithing is going to be smithing is going to be ridiculously difficult to level without other player assistance. Outfitting and leatherworking seems to be pretty straightforward. You can skin a lot of the stuff that you kill out there, and for the outfitting, you will find jute aplenty in this zone. I have found 10 times the amount of jute compared to the ore. Now, with that said, there are locations where there's probably 15 or 16 ore nodes that are locked behind a zone wall, and you may have already seen that. You're in an area, you're running for ore, and all of a sudden you can't reach the ore node that's 10 feet in front of you because you hit a zone wall. There are 15 or 16 locations where ore is trapped behind the zone wall. Will that rectify itself in early access? I have no idea, but they really should rectify it. So maybe the zone wall disappears in early access, or maybe someone will actually go in and pull the ores closer to the game inside the zone wall. Because that's 16 nodes that can't respawn anywhere else. That's locked ore nodes. So let's hypothetically say, in this zone, the game is programmed to have 30 ore nodes up at a time. That's 16 nodes. That's almost half the number. That's more than half the number of nodes that are locked, period. So you don't have the spawn times, right? So if they can go in and move all those inbounds from out of bounds, it could be a different story. But I will tell you, I've been here. If you've been here and watched the stream long enough this past 2 weeks, you would have seen the 2 times that I spent hours looking for nodes and found almost none. And I went where there weren't other players, because someone can turn around right now and say, oh yeah, but another player probably ran by and looted it before you. I've been where there's been nobody. I spent time where there was nobody for a very long period of time and no nodes. So whatever's going on there, I don't know if they have it coded so that there has to be 30 nodes up at a certain time randomly. I have no idea. But I just know that ore harvesting has been very, very difficult for me to do in this game for the time that I've put into the game, whereas outfitting and leatherworking was no problem. We've only had this character since the last player wipe, so that's like, what, 5 weeks ago? And 4 weeks ago? And my necromancer, which is a class I haven't even played in 3 weeks anyways, is already tier 2 outfitting and leatherworking. So there is that. Yeah, our guild plans to choose the lowest population server for that reason, but that will become an issue eventually. That's true, Carlel. That's true. What my concern is this. For those who haven't been here, for those who are here for the first time, checking me out, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. But my one concern right now with this game is when the larger streamers get their hands on it, I'm worried about what they're going to say. I am a small, non-existent streamer. I absolutely love this game. I can talk all day long about what I love about it, and I can spend a little bit talking about what I'm not too fond of. A lot of these bigger streamers, when they get their hands on this game, which they will, they're going to have opinions that by all rights are ignorant. And by that I mean ill-informed or uninformed. They won't know what they're talking about. And I can say this because I watch people do it with Throne and Liberty. I watch people do it with New World. I watch people do it with what's come out recently? What came out before Throne of Liberty? Lost Ark. I've seen them do it with Arcage. I saw them do it with... I'm trying to think. I can't remember. Anyways, I've been here. I've streamed for... Well, I've been streaming, I think, since 2013. I've been here a long time. But I spent a decade streaming EverQuest. And EverQuest is probably one of the least popular games to watch online. Really, only the faithful watch EverQuest. So, but I spent a decade streaming EverQuest. In hindsight, if I want, before I started streaming EverQuest, I was streaming other games like Darkest Dungeon, Sunless Sea, and a few others. And I used to have 1,000 people here. Now you got to remember, back then, 1,000 people then was 30,000 people today. Right? Population is way different than it was 12 years ago or 11, however long it's been, 11 years ago. But with this, my concern is because these larger streamers influence so many people, all these people don't have time to do the research themselves, or they choose not to. So when these much larger streamers start spewing ill-informed opinions, it's going to negatively impact the game. And I'll give you just one example. Back in 2014, 2015, there was a game called Darkest Dungeon. Now, Darkest Dungeon still exists and it's still played, and Darkest Dungeon right now is one of my all-time favorite games I've ever played, and I've been around a very long time. When Darkest Dungeon came out, before Darkest Dungeon released in a 1.0 situation, it was in beta. It was being worked on. The team was Canadian. It was a smaller team, Red Hook Studios. They were out of Vancouver. I remember seeing the game for the first time, and I fell in love with the art style. I saw one screenshot on a website. I saw one screenshot of the art style, and I said, holy crap, that looks so cool. I'm in. I got it. I got into the beta. I absolutely loved it. I gushed over it. We used to have 1,000 people here for Darkest Dungeon, and the reason we had so many people here is because the larger streamers who still stream today had garbage opinions about the game. They had what I call the iceberg effect. For those who know the science of icebergs, and I don't mean to sound all know-it-allish, but for those who understand the iceberg effect, when you see an iceberg out in the ocean, you're technically only looking at about 10% of it. 90% of it is under the water level, right? That's the thing. I equate that to something like a video game. You look at the game and you make a conclusion within a short amount of time without doing your research, only to find out that you're only talking about 10% of the game and not the other 90% of the game that makes it what it is. Darkest Dungeon was in a situation where I myself was highly successful. Darkest Dungeon is a roguelike. It was one of the first huge roguelikes to come out that got really popular. It was all about people making parties with different random classes, and then the game just absolutely spanked you time and time again. While I was succeeding at Darkest Dungeon, every other streamer that had been streaming with an audience was failing. They were getting mad. They were uninstalling. They were putting holes in walls. They were throwing mice and joysticks through windows. They were grabbing their monitor and slamming it in the ground. They were punching holes in doors. I'm not making this up because I was around to see it all. But I was successful. So players would flood into my channel, and this was the coolest thing because I didn't really understand what streaming was at the time. But all these people would flood into my channel, and you can tell, if you go to my YouTube channel and you look at the videos that I had uploaded from like 8-9 years ago, even though I'm a very tiny streamer as far as audience goes, you'll see 90% of my videos will have like 5 views, 10 views, 12 views, 4 views, whatever. Very, very small, because I only started the YouTube channel when a couple of viewers asked me to, because they couldn't be here when I was streaming live, but they liked my streams and they wanted to be able to watch my playthroughs. So I said, sure, I'll start a YouTube channel. I haven't updated it recently, except for my streaming of Pantheon. Now, anyways, before I get off topic, if you look at my channel, you'll see that 90% of my 98.9, no, not even 99.9% of my videos all have very tiny viewed numbers. But if you go down to the older videos and you look at my Darkest Dungeon videos, you're going to go from 5 and 12 views to over 7,000 views. Now, of course, today that's not a good number. You need 1 million views. You want 500,000 views. You want 100,000 views. But we're talking 12 years ago, 11 years ago, whatever, doesn't matter. Point is, I was so popular with Darkest Dungeon that my email would get flooded with viewers asking me questions like, okay, so you put the Highwayman with the Cavalier, and you ran in and you did this dungeon, and you used this skill on the Highwayman, but other people have talked about it not working. Why do you use that skill? Or somebody would type me a message and say, hey man, I really dug your stream. I'm curious. Why did you do this dungeon before that dungeon? Why did you do da-da-da-da-da? And here's the really cool thing that happened. I was so successful with Darkest Dungeon. And if you understand Darkest Dungeon, you know that you can come across hundreds of characters as you go through and die and lose. The 2 initial characters that you start the introduction with, I killed the last boss with. And I'm not going to say anything other than that. If you haven't played Darkest Dungeon, I recommend you check it out. You're going to have patience, because if not, you'll be smashing monitors and punching holes through walls and whatever, because you can run a dungeon and trample on everything. You could get to one room and the trash mobs will utterly obliterate you because the RNG is just not going to let you have a perfect day. And that happened time and time again. And I'm sure you could probably do a Google search for Darkest Dungeon Rage. And I'm sure... no, wait, hang on. Maybe you shouldn't use those words. Darkest Dungeon Video Game Streamer Rage. And see what comes up. And I'm sure you'll find videos of people absolutely losing their sanity. And it got so cool that Red Hook Studios would actually jump into my stream. I thought this was cool. They would jump in, they would talk, they would ask me a couple questions about the game. They were really impressed with the fact that I was being as successful as I was. We had one bad moment where I had what arguably could have been the perfect party, and I was going into a medium-sized dungeon, which is 12 rooms, 12 chambers. You didn't know where the boss was. The boss was the quote-unquote boss encounter was a random location. I went through all 11 rooms and eradicated everything. I hardly had any stress. Not me personally, the characters in the game, because stress is one of the mechanics in the game. I had almost no stress. I had almost full health. I steamrolled everything in the dungeon. I got to the 11th room. Typically, a max enemy party is 4, just like your group can only be up to 4. I had an 11th room of 3 mobs, trash mobs. I walked in and said, oh, another completed dungeon. I went to play the fight. The 3 trash mobs destroyed all 4 of my characters. I lost the whole party. My chat exploded. Everybody was laughing because I finally died. I got what I deserved, blah, 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 whatever. Red Hook Studios laughed about it. But that was the only party wipe I had the whole time I played the game. And I mention that as being somewhat impressive because not only was I one of the first to 100% the original playthrough, I immediately went into New Game Plus, and I 100%ed New Game Plus as well. Like, those were the days. But then we got into talking about MMOs, and I talked so much about EverQuest that one of my viewers at the time had asked me if I wouldn't mind rolling a character just to show them a bit of the game. And I said, sure. I shouldn't have done that. And the reason I say I shouldn't have done that is because I spent a decade playing EverQuest, and then I quit it like a bad habit because I wanted to move on and play a bunch of other stuff. I started playing it on stream, I got hooked again, and I spent the next 9 years playing with the same guild on 6 of 7 progression servers, doing the exact same content over and over again on each server. And then last year, I finally said, I can't do it anymore. I tried to level up with the guild. I couldn't find group. It was a bad situation. I spent a whole week on stream trying to find groups to level. I couldn't find a group because everybody had a box shaman or an alt shaman or a guildy shaman. So I was like, okay, you know what? I think I'm good. So that was the world, that was the universe telling me that I should walk away. So I walked away. I jumped into I got into Pantheon or whatever, and we've been in Pantheon ever since. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. Point is, and it was a long-winded response, and I'm sorry I put some of you to sleep. But again, like I said, the only concern I have with this game about it being successful is what the bigger streamers are going to say ignorantly. That's it. That's my concern. It's not the player base. It's not the content. It's not the end game. It's not possible rating. It's not problems with crafting. It's what the bigger streamers are going to say. Because marketing is everything today. It is absolutely everything. I have seen streamers sync games that work perfectly fine. Darkest Dungeon should have been a smash success. I won't name the streamers because I can use both hands and count how many. There were a lot of them at the time. But I can count the streamers that crapped all over Darkest Dungeon, and Darkest Dungeon was a 100% fully functioning game, but they ignorantly only saw 10%, and they completely missed the 90 because they didn't take the time to explore. And that's what happened. And that's just one example. There's been thousands of games over the years. That's just one example. I see your point. Thanks for sharing your history. It's good to know these things, especially for new MMO players. Oh, you're new? Oh, what game are you in now, Carlo? If you don't mind me asking. Or what games have you played? What MMOs have you played? And what's your main game right now? Or are you maining anything right now? Okay, so we did the crafting. We're not going to do any more crafting, so I'm going to put this stuff away for now. And I should put that there so I don't forget it. Rivets will go with the nails. Shurium will go there. The lumber's for the quest. We don't have anything else we need to turn in for a quest, so I think we're good. Right. Let me just double check. 60 lumber's got to go there. We slayed the vipers. We got to talk to Aldrich. Is it nighttime? It is. Let's go talk to Aldrich, and then we'll go turn the lumber in. Embers Adrift. I watched... Who did I watch? Embers Adrift. No, I might be thinking of the wrong game. I want to say I thought I saw Summit 1G playing Embers Adrift a long time ago, but that might have been a different game. No, I think that's what it was. Embers Adrift. Yeah, I think I remember seeing that like a year ago. I think. Hey, Checho, what's happening? How you doing, man? Welcome back to the stream. Can never put me to sleep. That's what I find about bigger streamers. They don't care as much as smaller streamers. And bigger streamers, they don't care. I mean, truth be told, I should probably be doing more with the stream. Like, I should probably be on the TikTok and the Instagram and what have you, trying to build it. I mean, I haven't been focused or turned towards being a full-time streamer. I knew it wasn't going to happen with EverQuest, but I kept playing EverQuest because I loved playing EverQuest. I wonder what would have happened if I'd have never started that EverQuest character, because Darkest Dungeon, like I said, had me at 1,000 viewers. My first night playing PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, which is one of the first FPS Battle Royale games, I had, I think, 600 and some odd people watching me. The first time I played Overwatch, I think I had like 400 and some odd. You kind of don't forget these evenings because they were massive. But when I started playing EQ, everybody disappeared. Everybody. I even jumped into Counter-Strike. I did 3 nights in Counter-Strike and had over 1,200 people. Oh, I'll tell you a story. This is a cool story. This was my first ever experience with a large audience. This is just before Darkest Dungeon, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. There was a game that was being worked on called Storm United. You might still see it in the Steam game listings, but I believe it's defunct. I don't think you can get it anymore. There was a game prior to that, back before the internet was popular, called Star Siege Tribes. And for those who don't know, Star Siege Tribes was the first multiplayer first/third person team-based shooter. Star Siege Tribes. It was based off of the, what was it, Star Siege 2041? I forget what the game was called. It was a tank game, which was interesting. But anyhow, Storm United was a newish version of Tribes. It was 2 teams. I believe at the time it was 16 players per side, or 32 players per side. I think it was 32 players per side, 64 players altogether. It was in development. I came across it randomly on stream, and I thought, this looks interesting because it reminds me of Tribes. So I downloaded the game and I jumped in. There was nobody. This was day 1. There was nobody in the game except me. And I remember flying through the map that they had, and it had bases, but the bases were empty, and it had these pressure pads that you could step on, and it would boost you a certain distance across the map. Now, in Star Siege Tribes, we used to have what's called rocket jumping, and if you're familiar with rocket jumping from other games like Doom, Quake, etc., it started in Tribes. And what rocket jumping was, you could get in Star Siege Tribes, you had 3 different armor types. You had light, medium, and heavy. Heavy moved slow, medium moved normal, light moved fast. Light was more weaker, medium was all around, and heavy, of course, was the big brick crap house that just punched through walls. Because the heavy moved so slow, there was a trick you could do back in the day with the heavies in Tribes, where you would get to a top of a hill, you would run forward and jump, and then as you're coming down to hit the downside of the hill, you would turn around, face the hill, fire your rocket launcher at the hill in front of you, take splash damage, but it would propel you across the map. And then you could do what's called skiing, and this was the first game to do this, where you could, if you could time it to hit all the different downsides of the rest of the hills in the map, you can take a heavy and skate him across the entire map in seconds. I wish I could show you guys Tribes and how ridiculous it was, because it was a game that it fell under the radar. The people that played it was like EQ. The people that played it were the faithful and nobody else. Now, they've brought out, there's been a Tribes 2, a Tribes 3, a Tribes Vengeance, and then I think the newest version that they brought out a couple years ago was Tribes Ascend, I believe, which is current right now. Anyhow, I think I'm getting off track. Day 1, I jump into Storm United. I'm a nobody streamer. I'm streaming for the first time. My stream, if you look at my YouTube channel and you look at my older videos, you'll see what my stream looked like. So it was just me sitting in my bedroom, or my spare bedroom, where I am right now. The computer was in a different place. But I jumped in the first day, and I'm running through this map, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, oh my goodness, if this is a new Tribes, I can get behind this. I could play this. This would be fantastic. Are you kidding? 32 on 32, blah, blah, blah. I was excited. The second day, I decided to jump in again. Now, keep in mind, no followers, nobody's watching me, none of this. I'm just a nobody. I just turned on the stream for probably the 4th or 5th night, but it was the 2nd night in this game. I jump in the game and somebody connects, and I'm like, oh, maybe we'll actually get to see combat now because I have an opponent. So we started running, we fired a couple weapons at each other, we started talking in chat, and we're like, first time in, checking it out. I was telling them about my Tribes experience. They were telling me they were looking for some kind of team-based shooter that they could get into. We were enjoying ourselves. Then we went our separate ways. I logged off, went to bed. Day 3, I jump in on the game again, expecting to see this person that I just met the night before. I jump in, a player joins. It's not the same player. But then like 17 or 18 minutes later, the same player from day 2 jumps in. So now there's 3 people, 2 on 1. So we're kind of half-assing, horsing around, propelling off the map. I'm trying to distance my shots with the different weapons to see how far you go with like the sniper or the laser rifle or the sniper rifle, the shotgun, the medium range disc launcher, whatever weapons they had. And then day 4 happened. And here's what happened on day 4. This is when I realized the power of streaming. You got to remember, before Twitch was Twitch, it was Justin TV. I don't know if you guys know the lore of Twitch. I've been around a very long time. Twitch used to be a site called Justin TV, and then Justin TV was transferred into the ownership of the individual that made Twitch. And then Twitch started as a gaming platform, and then years later, some people tried to get on with their whole IRL thing and blah, blah, blah. Twitch became what it was. But anyways, day 4, I jump in the game. The person that I met on day 2 jumps in shortly thereafter because they knew I was going to be in-game around that time. We're playing around for probably, I want to say 30 minutes, 35 minutes. Then all of a sudden, I had a big jolt of lag, and I thought, what was that? I'm like, I looked down at the chat window, and it said player joined game, and I'm like, oh. Then it said player joined game. I was like, oh, player joined game. I'm like, what? So I hit the team list to bring up the recap screen with the teams, and players keep filtering in, and it fills up. There's like 32 players on one side and 32 players on the other side, and I'm thinking, what the hell has just happened? This is a game that's in development. Long story short, I know now, but I didn't know then. Summit1G, who was one of the longest, biggest streamers on the platform, if you're not familiar, he was known for Counter-Strike. He plays other stuff now. He's also grown in popularity with Grand Theft Auto role-playing. He still goes back to Counter-Strike every now and then. I haven't watched him in a while. I enjoyed watching him, but anyways, I didn't know who he was. He was one of the biggest streamers at that time. There was Summit, there was Lyric, there was Co-Carnage, there was Total Biscuit, there was, God, who else? Man vs. Game. God, I can't remember all the quote-unquote OG, the real OGs. Anyways, Summit1G apparently found this game, and I guess the developers of the game had reached out to him to see about doing something with this game. Now again, I didn't know any of this. So I'm sitting here, and both teams fill up, and it's like 32 on 32. And my chat all of a sudden explodes. And when I mean explodes, the chat was flying so fast. If you go into a stream right now that has 30,000 people, 20,000 people in it, and you look at their chat, that's what happened to my chat. So it's just flying, and everybody is like, dude, you gotta kill Summit. You gotta hunt Summit. You gotta get Summit dead. Kill. And I'm like, who's Summit? I have no idea what they're talking about. So I hit the team list, and I'm looking at the team breakdown, and I see a Summit1G, and I'm like, okay, they want me to go chase the Summit person. So I'm playing through the map with my team, and I'm trying to find the Summit person, and I see him in the back of the map, and he's trying to use a sniper rifle. I'm assuming he's trying to get snipe kills. So I'm like, okay, I see this. Let's see how a medium does. Now, keep in mind, the game is like relatively brand new. All that's there are the basic weapons. I think there were 3 basic weapons you could pick from. There was 3 or 4 jumping platforms, 2 on each side of the map. There were 2 quote-unquote bases that didn't have anything in them. And then there were the 64 players or whatever it was. So I start chasing towards them. Now, myself and the other individual that I had met had spent the last 3 days getting to know the map. So I knew where the jump pads were. I knew where to jump, when to jump, where to land, etc. The friend wasn't there. I'm just saying I had 3 days, kind of like a leg up type deal. So I remember I jumped in the air. I was flying across the air, and I remember taking a hit from, I think, an assault rifle. And I went down to like 30% health. And I remember this almost like it was yesterday. And as I took the hit and got bumped, I aimed towards Summit, and I clicked my button, and I hit him with a headshot, and I killed him. It said, Krushnek killed Summit 1, whatever. And my chat started laughing. Well, then I was like, okay, I don't understand. I guess Summit's another streamer. I went and looked at my viewer count, and I had over 1,300 people in my chat. My stream was all lagged to crap. Everything was slow and choppy. It was mind-blowing. And I sat back and I thought, is this what streaming is? Holy cow. 5 minutes later, Summit1G killed Krushnek. 2.5 minutes later, Krushnek killed Summit1G. For about 45 minutes after the fact, I specifically targeted this Summit1G for that amount of time, and we almost traded. Now, he got the upper hand. He got me, I want to say 2 to 3 more times than I got him. So if I got him 6 times, he got me 9 times. But it was funny as shit because the chat was loving it, and I was like, oh, I get it. This is a big streamer. They're his viewers. That's why they want me to shoot him to see his reaction. And then it dawned on me, as a salesperson, I put 2 and 2 together and realized this is streaming. I was like, you know what? I could do this. And that's when I started getting into it more regularly, and that's when I did the whole Darkest Dungeon thing, and Arcade and Terra and all the other games that you see on the YouTube channel that I've streamed. And those are only the ones that I uploaded. We've played other games back in the day as well. But that one evening I will never forget. It's like the first time you got that big sale. Or the first time, well, I don't know what it's like to win the lottery, but I'm assuming it's the same kind of feeling as when you won the lottery, because it dawned on you what you had in front of you. And for someone like myself, who has just spoken for the last 30 minutes to get one point across, this is my arena. This is my environment. Yapping is what I do. I'm probably going to pay for it tomorrow, but yapping is what I do. Anyhow, I got so excited with the streaming. Now, the thing is, at the time, I had just taken over a house. I was a single person with a home, a lot of expenses, a lot of mountains, a lot of landslides. I couldn't afford to take the time to be full-time with the streaming. So it became a hobby for me, and it's what I've done. And it's been that way ever since. So, but again, like I said, EQ, tanked my channel. Everybody took off. Nobody, but I didn't care. I love playing EQ. The people that I was in the guild with were absolutely phenomenal. I still talk to them today. Like I said, I would have been on the last server, but because of the whole leveling thing, I was like, you know what? That's my sign to go. I haven't spoken to the majority of them in quite some time, but it's understandable because I'm playing Pantheon and they're playing EQ. Now, a lot of them will come into Pantheon, I'm assuming, when Pantheon launches, but I don't think they have any interest in the game at this time. I think they're more focused on raiding and EQ. Anyhow, I enjoy streaming. Okay, who were these? The lumber was going. Who was the lumber going to? Oh, Oliver. Whoops. We gotta go further down the road. Now, I may have to take... I've been waiting to hear back about an audition for a book that I was asked to narrate. Ooh, let me get this Caspel right. I was waiting for the company that owns... What's happening? I'm not moving. There. I was waiting for the company that owns the rights to the book to send me the script, and they hadn't sent me the script in 3 days, so I figured it was a bust. But they sent it to me this evening. I got the email earlier, so I'm going to have to start recording that. I'm guessing it's probably going to take place over the weekend. I think. I got to start it. I got to make sure I don't talk too much over the next day or two, or else my voice won't be ready for it. Audiobook narration is, it's a job. I enjoy it, though. You have Darkest Dungeon, never spent much time on it. Game was brutal. Yes, the game was brutal, but it was by design. If you read that disclaimer at the beginning, they're not joking. Try playing the second one. The second one is even trickier. Darkest Dungeon 2 was fantastic. But again, it will test you. They won't research the game and what's supposed to be before they jump in. Yeah. Like I watched, I won't say names, so you guys can think I make this up. I don't care. I watched a streamer with tens of thousands of viewers talk about New World one Saturday. I think it was a Saturday, or it might have been a Friday. No, I think it was a Saturday afternoon. And they were downplaying the crap out of New World. And then they started talking about tanks and how tanks were busted and they don't even have the right gear and the right skills and blah, blah, blah. And I was looking at their tank as they brought up, like, while they were talking, they were subliminally hitting buttons and bringing up stuff like I am right now while they were talking. And I took a look at what their tank was wearing. They weren't geared properly. They didn't have the right skills socketed for what they were doing. I knew how they should have been geared. And I sat there for probably 25 minutes on my living room couch, listened to this individual crap all over the game in the most ignorant fashion. And I'm a salesperson. I spent my life in sales and customer service. The old adage, first impressions are everything, is everything. And my impression of that individual went downhill really, really fast. And I was completely justified in that. I was right. So that's when it dawned on me that all it takes is someone with a bit of ignorance. And for those who don't know, when I say the word ignorant, it's not an insult. The word ignorant is not an insult. So for those of you that think calling somebody ignorant is an insult, it's not. It's not a proper word. It's a word that sits with people funny in a negative fashion. But ignorant just means you don't know. It's why they have the phrase in court, ignorant of the law. That's an actual legal phrase, and it means you didn't know what you did, but you did it. So when someone is ignorant, they don't know. When someone is feigning ignorance, they're pretending to not know. So to be ignorant means you just don't know. Doesn't mean you're dumb, doesn't mean you're rude. I've had people use ignorant in a rude term or rude sense. That's not what the word ignorant means. Feel free to look it up. But my concern with a game like this, I've seen Ashes of Creation. And I call out Ashes of Creation because right now, as far as MMORPGs go, we have these two options. That's it. As far as newer games being worked on, we have these two options. You're either Pantheon or you're Ashes of Creation. I've seen that Ashes of Creation is a faster moving game. It's a smoother moving game. Pantheon is not as fast moving, but it's not supposed to be. It's not that they're failing at getting it to go fast and smooth. They don't want it to be fast and smooth. Pantheon is going to be a more intimate experience. It's the same thing that happened when World of Warcraft and EverQuest 2 came out after EverQuest 1, but were completely different games. EverQuest 1, you raided, as an example, with 72 players. So it was you and 71 other people on a raid. At the time that World of Warcraft and EverQuest 2 came out, which were roughly around the same time for both games, the internet was starting to change because there were now other games out there. It wasn't just EverQuest or Ultima Online. You had EverQuest, Ultima Online, Counter-Strike, Team Fortress, Tribes, all the OG multiplayer games. I'm talking when the internet was new. Everybody didn't have the internet at the time of EQ. That wasn't a thing. The internet didn't become commonplace until just before World of Warcraft. Then more and more households started getting the internet. And nobody can tell me different. I understand because I was around at the time. The point being, things had changed at that time because so many people had left EverQuest and Ultima Online, not just to go play another game, but many games. So Blizzard and SOE knew that they weren't going to be able to build a game based on 70-player raids. That was too big, because the guilds in EQ that had 70-some-odd people raiding all of a sudden had 40 people raiding. And they needed 60 people minimum, but they couldn't get 60 people. So they would approach another guild to say, hey, why don't we merge? Why don't we work together? But then two jackasses got their egos involved, and those didn't happen. So it became bad news for everybody, because if there were 10 or 15 guilds in EQ that had 70-some-odd players, at that time, there were now 15, 16 guilds that had 30 or 40 players. So the game started to hit a decline. Because there were so many other games out at the time, Blizzard and SOE were like, okay, well, we want to do our MMORPG, but we're going to make it a more intimate experience. So the 72-player raids became, I think in WoW it was 25, in EQ2 it was 24, but then WoW brought in the 40-person raid, but then they took out the 40-person raid, and now I think the 40-person raid is back, but it came back because the population blew up. Right, that's what happened. This and Ashes of Creation are the same way. Ashes of Creation is being designed as a large-scale event, and what I mean by that is it's PvP. It's a whole hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of players in one area at a given time. Pantheon is not that. Pantheon is you log in, you send some tells, you make some friends, you advertise for a group. You grab 5 other people, you try and find a place to kill stuff, and you just go and kill stuff without worrying about anybody else. That's what Pantheon is going to be. Pantheon won't be Ashes, and Ashes won't be Pantheon. Just like EQ2 won't be WoW, and WoW won't be EQ2. It's just two different things altogether. But because we only have these two games to look forward to, My playstyle, my mentality, and my personality fits in perfectly with Pantheon, not with Ashes. I may play both at some point, but Pantheon is my game. I need this game to come out, period. We don't have another next EQ. Apparently, Darkpaw is working on EverQuest 3 right now. We don't know a whole lot about it, and we won't know any more. I believe they said until 2026. I believe EQ3 is in the creation phase right now. I think they're trying to figure out where they want to take the game or what they want to do with the ethos of Norath. Who knows? I have no idea. But I believe 2026 will be when we hear about EQ3 again. Did I turn this quest in? No. Why can't I talk to him? Oh, we had to be closer. I do a lot of talking. Man. Oh no, another one? Down in the water, check the pilings. Don't worry, I can do that part, but I'll need a ladder. Take this drawing if you could see about getting a... Oh, we gotta build a ladder? Okay. Sturdy ladder. Carpentry of 18. What's our carpentry? 2. We're not getting that done tonight. That's not happening. Okay, we said we wanted to look for some... Was it ore we were looking for? I think it was ore we were looking for. Let's go find some more since we're out here. You will get up there. It just takes time. It's all about having fun, enjoying it. You know what? I wish I could say thank you for that comment, but that's not the case. I've been at this a very long time. I don't think I'm the personality to blow up. There's cotton. Cotton is the tier 2 jute, but we don't need that. I'm not going to loot that. We want ore. And I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm just saying, if it would have worked out that I had become a full-time streamer, that I could actually do this, you know, while chilling with you guys for 8 hours a day, I would have done it in a heartbeat. I'm not crying over spilt milk. I understand. My situation is different from everybody else. Like, people have to realize, the people that are, other than the rare occurrences of today, back then, and when I say back then, I'm talking 10 years ago. Back then, the streamers that you know today to be as big as they are, they had help. They had a lot of help getting where they were, and I'm not going to go into it, but I was around at the time. I didn't have that. Now, it's not a pity party. I'm not saying that because of it, but I'm just letting you guys know that with all the working that I was doing, the fact that I had taken over the house at the time, and the fact that I all of a sudden became responsible on my own for where I live, I couldn't do it. I did not have the means to focus full time. If I'd have dropped my job, even to part-time, to focus more on streaming, I'd be homeless. And that's not an exaggeration. That's what would have happened. But the other people out there, like, I've had people turn around and say, yeah, but so-and-so did it and so-and-so did it. You know, there's no reason you couldn't put some extra time. And I'm like, yes, there is. Because these people had support. These people had other individuals who were working at the time, so they could take the time off to focus on streaming. These people had individuals who helped them market or practice marketing techniques to keep and retain an audience. And again, I'm not going to go into the explanations because that's neither here nor there. But it just would have been cool. That's all. It just would have been cool. But man, that night that Summit 1G went into the game. Now, unfortunately, getting back to that, Storm United never came out, unfortunately. I don't know what happened with the development, but they only went so far with it, and then I guess whoever had it did nothing with the game. I remember, I think I was watching a Summit stream, and someone had asked him about Storm United, and I believe it was after I had logged off for the night. I believe I brought his stream up, and he was still jumping around with his viewers. And he had mentioned that they had approached him about doing something as the game was being developed, but I guess nothing came from it because the game never came out. There was another time I mentioned earlier about PlayerUnknown Battleground. For those who don't know, PlayerUnknown was an individual who was part of, I forget the game he started out with. It was a battle royale game. What was the game he was? I don't remember. Maybe it wasn't a battle royale game. He was known for some multiplayer shooter, FPS or something, and he made his own project called PlayerUnknown's Battleground, and it was arguably the first battle royale first-person shooter that came out. It influenced all the other games that have come out in its time. I remember downloading the game for the first time, and I jumped in, and this is the truth. I thought after that one night, I was going to be an FPS streamer. Not an MMO streamer, an FPS streamer. Because the first map I went into on PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, I won. And this is what happened. So the way the game works, for those who don't know, you log in, you pick your operator or your soldier, you load into a map, and you have to fight against whatever 30 other people to come out number one. You have to be the last person standing. So I was playing the game trying to figure it out. I got in a couple of firefights with a few people. I managed to get a couple of kills. I think I had 3 kills at the time. And then we ended up getting whittled down to 3 of us. And I was I saw this bush, just like I am right now, and I went prone. So to go prone means you lay down on your stomach. That's what prone is. So I hit the prone key to lay down. So imagine I'm laying down in this bush. Now, imagine I'm one of the other players. So this other player, I heard gunshots, and it sounded like it was coming from, if the bush was there, the shots sounded like they were coming from, I'd say probably here. Then there was a message on the screen that so-and-so killed so-and-so. And I thought, okay, now we're down to 2. There's me in the bush and somebody else somewheres in the map. I didn't know where. And then all of a sudden, I heard faint tapping on the ground. And the player came up like this and stopped and looked to the left and came up here and stopped and crouched and then stood. And when they stood, I was prone here in the bush. I aimed my gun at his ankle, pulled the trigger twice, and killed him. I had won the Battle Royale. The first time I jumped into a Battle Royale game and I won the map, and I thought, oh my goodness, I need to play this. The very next night, I was in a raid in EQ. It was raid night. I never played the game again. I never went back to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds again. Oh man, EQ. EQ is that kind of game. Same thing happened with Overwatch. When the year Overwatch launched, I think I played it during Christmas. I played it for 2 evenings. I won most of the maps playing the dude that has the turret. I forget his name. Siegfried something. I don't know. I can't remember his name. Anyhow, we won most of the maps that we played those 2 nights, and I thought for sure I was going to be an FPSer. But then, of course, I ended up back in EQ. EQ won every time. I ran all the way back to town? Whoops. I guess it's not a bad thing. We might find a couple ore nodes out here. Yeah, I got a lot of stories. Man, look. I've been around a long time. I know most of what's gone on Twitch over the last 12 years it's been around, 13 years it's been around. I know most of the history. Mind you, I don't really follow it now because I don't have time. I'm either working or I'm here, or I'm sleeping. Like I said, this is what we have to look forward to when it comes time to looking for ore. It's gonna be so difficult. I'm looking forward to early access so I can pay attention to where stuff drops. And then I'm just gonna focus on getting the drops as opposed to the crafting. I think that's gonna be the easiest. Like, I already know my two-hand weapon's gonna come from Halnir's Cave. I need to find out where my one-hand weapon's coming from. Oh, I should say this. Even if you guys aren't planning to play the game on launch or during early access, if you have Steam, please go and wish list Pantheon. Pantheon is on Steam, and the more people that wish list Pantheon, the better chance it gets of being seen by the Steam population. So please go wish list Pantheon. And no, I'm not getting paid to say that. But I would really love this game to come out, but it needs the attention. It needs the eyeballs. So please help it get the eyeballs by wishlisting it on Steam. I don't know what to play first. Everything, I'm sure. That's why I stopped playing the Necromancer, man. I don't need options. I just need the warrior. I don't need options. But the warrior, the Necromancer, it's such a cool class. Even though we're only 19, the Necromancer is fantastic. I mean, if you saw me playing the Necro, you would know how much I've never played a Necro. I've never mained the Necro, and I couldn't stop gushing over realizing what the Necro is going to be able to do and what roles the Necro is going to be able to fill in this game. The Necromancer is a fantastic class. Hey, El Gordo, what's happening? How you doing, man? Well, I can already feel my voice starting to go with all the yapping I've done. No ore. No ore. You see how long we've been running around for? No ore. I'm good. Oh, excuse me. Well, sir, dry throat. I'm good. How about you? I'm good, thanks, man. I'm about to whine because I just realized I left my coffee. My coffee's probably cold now. Yep. Ugh. Also, for anybody who might be wondering, if you're not fully versed on the game, if you haven't been following up on the game, and you want to see a pretty solid dungeon crawl or dungeon experience, if you look at my VODs on Twitch, and you look at Friday, Saturday, and I want to say Monday, you'll see 3 runs I took into Halnir's Cave with 3 different groups. Halnir's Cave is a group dungeon that you can get to as early as level 11, and I believe it goes up to low 20s, I believe. But you can actually see what they're looking at or what they're aiming for as far as group dungeons go, if you want that experience. I thought we'd be running a dungeon tonight, but I started getting into harvesting, and then I got some tells that nobody was going to be available, so I didn't bother. But if you check out those 3 streams, you'll get a solid idea as to what they're aiming for with the dungeon crawls. I do have a I shouldn't say tiny. I do have a concern about that as well, but I'm going to keep that to myself for now until we get early access. And then I'll voice it more so, but I'm not going to voice anything about that opinion or that information at this time. But they were definitely fun crawls. I'm looking forward. Wait a minute, what did that say? A voice whispers, "Seek the balance within, for the path of the shaman is one of harmony between the spirit and the self." You're not going to convince me to play a shaman. That's not happening, game. Smarten up. Do eat. You'll never look back, I know. I know. If you'd have been here when I was in EQ, you'd know how much I fell in love with the shaman. I was talking about the Blood Mage from Vanguard a few nights ago, and I was talking about how it was an amazing idea. It's never been duplicated, but it was a little overpowered. To me, arguably, as much as I've loved tanking over the last couple of decades, besides the EQ2 Guardian, the EverQuest 1 Shaman is probably my favorite class ever. The stuff I could do with that shaman that nobody else did in the game is ridiculous. I wish you guys who maybe didn't follow EQ could have seen me when I was streaming the shaman. Because I felt I've never played a shaman before until I want to say 7 years ago. I think I was a warrior for the first 2 years of returning to the progression servers. Then I went shaman, then I went warrior, then I took a break, then I came back as a shaman. I think in that order. But what I could do when I realized what the shaman could do, what I could do, I could hold a raid of 70 people by myself as the only shaman. It was fantastic. I knew what to cast, where to be, what to get, what to farm, what skills to use in certain fights. I had all the research, the data. It was insane. But I refuse to play a shaman again because I don't want to get in the same boat. Look at that, all that running around and we got nothing. That's the same 6 ore we had from earlier. They gotta do something about the ore. They gotta do something about the ore. That's insane. I don't have words for how insane that was. I think Druid Bard is going to open up a bunch. I have hopes for Druid, but I imagine Bard will be OP. I don't think you're going to get a Bard. I don't think Bard's going to happen for launch. They might say that it's not important right now, and they might not, but I haven't heard anything about a Bard in creation. I've heard about the Druid. The Druid they're working on, I know, because Joppa talked about it last week. He was talking about how they have an idea right now to put in places for certain classes to be able to teleport to. And then I believe he hinted towards druids and summoners, or druids and wizards. Druids and casters anyways, being able to teleport to, I think he said they were contemplating 4 different locations in the game. Which would be cool, because it might save a person from having to run through 2 zones to get to a 3rd zone. So maybe. But as far as a Bard goes, I don't think they have Bard on the table right now. Because the problem with a Bard, I was thinking about it, we talked about it last week for a bit on stream. The problem with a Bard is, the way the game is right now, it's pretty straightforward with them just having stats take effect. But what happens when you turn a song on and increase those stats even 2 points higher? Or I think they feel like the Bard is going to make the game easier than it should be. So I think once they figure out how they're going to do the Bard, then they would, I feel like they would bring the Bard into the game. And to be honest, the Bard in, say, EQ can be utilized as DPS throughout its career. I think with a Bard in this game, they wouldn't want to do that. They would want the Bard to be more of utility than anything self-serving. Now, I could be wrong. Again, there's no information about a Bard right now, but there's nothing in the game that constitutes instruments, music, player songs. There are no Bard NPCs in the game right now that you can talk to. Nobody holds an instrument. So I don't know if you're going to get a Bard before launch. I genuinely don't. However, we'll see what happens when they go into early access, because early access is going to bring more content. And again, there are probably other locations that have... There are people right now that aren't on these servers, but they're on other servers. This isn't the current working build of the game. They're going to have people testing and working in a more intimate fashion. I promise you that. So wherever they are, they're under some sort of special NDA. They're not going to be allowed to talk to anybody, period. They're probably testing a bunch of stuff that we know nothing about. That much I can tell you. These servers were just started to please those of us that pledged the game to play the game. Kinda, sorta. But I promise you, that people are playing somewhere else. And they're playing a more current version or build of the game. Because Visionary Realms wouldn't just design a bunch of stuff and throw it out there for the first time in early access. They would have people who've already gone through it. They don't have the manpower to test and research and do the homework on all the calculations and then all the 4 zones we're supposed to get for early access. So they definitely have other players testing that. We'll have to wait and see what early access brings. But I promise you, there are players playing a different version of this game, or a different build of this game, right now. I think that's everything. We don't need these anymore because we did that quest, so... Shrine is there. Jade is there. Quartz is there. And then what's over here? Scrap metal I think we had for a quest. Flask of water, not a big deal. Bag of scraps I think is a quest. Corroded key, that's for the jails. Essence of the Serpent. Is that a quest reward? That's a quest reward. Poison resist. Mild antidote. Insignias. I can almost forget about that quest because we've killed Gadai and they haven't dropped another insignia. Excuse me. Okay, let's go. You know what? Let me go check and see. You said that somebody said that they were working on ore nodes? Removing ore. Joppa was working on moving ore nodes? Let's go check and see if some of these locations have been seen to. Hey Muppet. With EA, do the current tunes get deleted? Yes. December 1st, everything disappears for 2 weeks. Servers come down, characters get wiped. December 13th, servers come back up again. They could be the same servers, they could be different servers, there could be more servers, there could be less servers. Who knows? Also on the 13th, there will be a completely different build of the game. We have 2 zones right now. I believe, for early access, they want to have 6 zones. I believe. I could be wrong, but I believe they want 6. They've been working on them the past few weeks. Okay, the zone wall is still there. Nope, that's behind a zone wall. You can tell because we don't get the scythe icon. You can tell if something's harvestable because the arrow turns to a scythe. So that's the zone wall. That's zone wall. I don't think they've moved any of the nodes in this area. This was the main area. I've brought this up twice already. I even posted about this on their forums like months ago. That's harvestable, so that's inbound. You're climbing and not harvesting? I mean, okay. You're gonna fall down and I'm gonna harvest. Okay, now we go over to the other side of the island and we check the spawns over there. This is the mage starting area, by the way. This is where you come when you're an enchanter or summoner. Necromancers are up in here, for those who are curious, because the game won't tell you where they are when you jump in. You'll have to find them yourself. But I'll give you the heads up. Summoner and enchanter are here around this tower and over here. Necromancer is inside here. That's behind a zone wall. That's behind a zone wall. That's behind a zone wall. See what I mean? All these nodes are trapped behind a zone wall. So if I don't know how they have it. I don't know if it's every time any node is harvested, a random one pops up somewheres. I don't know if there's supposed to be X number of a node on the map at any given time, but that's 5 nodes that are not in play. That's a big deal. This one's not inbound. This is where they need to move the nodes. They need to move the nodes in the Mage area. Mage Island, whatever this place is called. None of these nodes are inbound. That's not inbound. That's another one. Look. We're right up on it, and it's just out of bounds. Yeah, this place hasn't been touched at all. If they fixed... I have a feeling, as far as this whole zone is concerned, and the zone is big, as far as this whole zone is concerned, if they fixed all of the nodes just on this island, it would probably rectify all the whining I've done about the ore not being available. Just by fixing this one area. Never mind the others. There's like 3 other areas that have ore nodes out of bounds. But to free up 6 different spawn points or 7 different spawn points for ore, that would make all the difference in the world. Now, I think there should be one more down here somewheres. There it is. And that's out of bounds. So they're all out of bounds. That's 7 or 8 nodes right now that are all out of bounds. There's another one out of bounds. If this island was one giant circle, almost the whole circle has an ore node that's out of bounds. And every other node is inbound. All the jute is inbound. All the blackberry bushes, inbound. All the animals with skin, inbound. But the ore nodes are all out of bounds except for that one node we found. I have a feeling this one island alone is the problem with the ore. This needs to be fixed. I mean, truth be told, I don't know who would place ore nodes in a zone wall anyways. Like, it shouldn't even happen. But now you guys have seen for yourself, there is a problem, and it needs to be fixed. I understand with early access, I think swimming is going to be in too, so water's actually going to affect you. And no, my character is not that good that he can walk on water. The other thing I'd like to see is whatever they got to do to make this a step. Because right now, where are my feet? See? Where are my feet? For some reason, this isn't an actual asset. It's like a graphic. There should be a step up, or, you should be able to walk right onto it. But your feet get clipped. And I know it's only minor, but I noticed it the first time I stepped on this, and I've noticed it every time I step on this. What can we do? The other thing is we have mountain lion meat, but mountain lion meat apparently is not in the game for recipes. I guess they haven't gotten that far. I've got a feeling we need more panels. So you know what? Let's see if we can make some more panels. Where am I going? Oh. Man, we made a lot of panels. That's pretty good. What does the rucksack take? Tattered leather. I think that's only an 8 slot though, isn't it? I don't know. Oh, 24, not bad. We need this. Okay, we'll throw that in the bank for now. And I don't think we can do any more smithing, right? I don't think so. Uh, 6 bars are not enough. Oh. Okay, that's good. That's good. That stays. That we can't do anything with. Food is good for now. Might need to make more drink. We've got 30 apples. That's fine. We can get by with the cider. Can't do weapon crafting. Can't do carpentry. Can't do leather work. Alchemy? I don't want to mess with alchemy. I don't want to break down... Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I guess we could... Well, copper just levels smelting, right? I was trying to save that for ash and bronze, but I don't think we're going to get there before the servers come down. I don't think. Warrior Shaman is like best combo ever. They buff everything about the warrior, and it just feels so strong. Dude, I can't wait to get the banners. I think banners are coming with the warrior in early access. So we'll finally get to dabble with the banners. I know I saw Joppa running around on a warrior last week, and I saw he had 3 flag-type icons down here. I'm assuming they were banners. It makes sense because they looked like banners. So I think crafting is done with for the time being. We need more ore. Although, we have a lot of rock salt. I wonder if we... Should we try alchemy and see what happens? Lesser imbuement. Excuse me. Alright, let's go see what this does. That inventory is legit, I know, right? And it all disappears in a week and a half. That makes flux. Mineral, plant, blood. Oh, we need the blood. Shoot. I know I forgot something. Said plant. That's cotton. That's not... Are we sure we have all the plants? Alchemist. 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 Leather and cloth. I think we have everything. Okay. Let's go see what we can mess around with. Glue pot? Ceramic for sticky substances. We don't have one, so I guess we'll take one. 9 silver. Polish kit. I think we have a polish. Oh no, it doesn't say we have it, so I guess we don't. Oil press, we don't have either. Okay. Mixing pan, we don't have that. We have portable, we have flux, we don't have improved. We can't get improved until 36. We just picked up everything else. So... Alright, let's go see what this does. Mineral, plant, blood, and reagent. Flame seed oil. Oil pressed from the seeds of the flame lily. We need fish. Alright, if we're gonna do this, let's... Oops. Let's go get some fish. Do we think we'll need water? Let's get water anyways. It is alchemy, right? I don't think we'll need milk. I don't think you use milk in alchemy. I could be wrong. Actually, I don't think there was a spot for liquid, was there? Oh, yeah, there is. Fluid. Okay, so fish. Oh, we don't need it. It's just flame lily and flask of water. My bad. Okay, found that out. That makes 5. What else we got? Glue pot. Ooh, this is interesting. Sap. Wait, sap didn't say it was alchemy. Don't we have sap in the bank? Isn't sap those yellow vials? Yeah. Alright. Oh, we didn't even look to see what the flame seed vial did. It does nothing. Okay, so it's used for another combine then. So, fruit? We need fruit too? Hang on now. Fruit, scales, flux... Oh, and tannin. Okay, I need you guys to help me out. Fruit, scales, flux, and tannin. You guys remember all that? Fruit, flux... Shoot, what was it? Fruit, flux, something in tannin. Fruit, flux, Something in tannin. What was the some? Oh my goodness, how did I forget already? Scales. Scales. Okay, now let's see if we can come up with something. Oops. Alright, so we go fruit. Okay, apparently we don't because it doesn't socket in there. If we take that out, can we put that in? Not at all. Huh. Okay. Plant. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Okay, is alchemy even working? I mean, we made the flame seed oil. It has to work. Don't these right-click in? Huh. Okay, maybe glue doesn't have anything. Polish kit. Unrefined metal, flux, and coal. Oh, unrefined metal. I guess that would be copper? Mixing pan. Flux, tannin, blood, and nut. We need nuts too? Okay. Let's go grab the walnuts. Maybe this stuff just isn't in-game at the moment. You can't say I didn't try. Wait, what if fruit is blackberries? I know we have them. What did I do with them? I guess I don't have them. I thought we had blackberries. Nope. Okay. Oh, okay. So walnut wood stain. The liquid used to treat and protect wood. So that's going to be for wood crafting. I wonder if that's for furniture. I mean, wood stain. You wouldn't be staining a shield. It's got to be furniture. Now, it's got a section for blood, too. Blood is not working. Tannin's working. Blood is not. Oh, bear blood works. Alright, what if we take the... Oh, look at that. Dark blood wood stain. I should be writing these down. I don't think it matters. We're not going to be doing furniture. Okay, what else do we have? Portable alchemy. So minerals. So mineral would be rock salt. Plant would be serpent leaf. Blood would be one of those. And what's a reagent? I don't even... Reagent. Nope. Reagent. Nope. Nope. Hmm. Oops. Okay, there's clearly recipes because these wouldn't be socketing in unless they didn't have them. That's a reagent also. Do we have any recipes currently for alchemy? I don't think so, right? No. We're not having much luck with the alchemy. Let me put all the reagents in one area. Okay. So the first was sulfur. That was the first thing we came across. Flame lily was the first thing we came across. What's the first thing we killed that dropped blood? Be a wolf, right? Wolf or snake? And then what would be the first creature? Probably a bat? Nope. Bear would be further along. Dudes, I am not figuring any of this out. Well, we know that makes the flux. Ooh, goblin wheat and tangleroot both go in there. I have no idea. Anybody have any suggestions? All we found is furniture. I don't want to be a furniture person. Mineral, zinc, land. Man, alchemy is not for me. I haven't found nothing. This is insane. None of these combinations are working. I would normally think that starting off, the other recipes, they would never have all 4. So I guess we would need to figure out maybe 2 of these. Small spider venom glands come before the large ones, so that's basic. Silverleaf is rare. Wolfsbane is more often. This person's making stuff. Nothing. Okay, alchemy is not for me. Oops. Hopefully with early access they fix the stacking issue too. Hopefully. Okay, that clears out inventory there. Actually, I don't think we need these for the time being. We can bank those. Insignia we'll keep. The water we'll put there. That frees that up. We have our food, we have our drink, we have this scroll for whatever that's for. We have the dagger, our two-hander, one-hander shield, torch, gear. Nothing else to turn in. Oh, we gotta go talk to Aldrich. Forgot to do that earlier. Cool. His is done. I think that's good. Okay, stream. It's that time. We're going to go ahead and call it for the evening. I've got to get to bed. I have work in the morning. As always, those of you that are still here, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. Pretty chill night tonight. I think I yapped more than enough for the next month. Anyhow, as always, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day wherever you are. We should be live tomorrow. Tomorrow being Friday. Not sure what the game plan is. We'll see if the population is somewhat notable tomorrow. Hopefully people are on for the weekend. Anyhow, with that said, hope to see you on the next stream. Take care.